Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our study session of June 27th, 2023. The city clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Here.
Councilmember Kamei?
Here.
Councilmember Matichek?
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Councilmember Ramos?
Here.
Vice Mayor Showalter? Here. Mayor Hicks?
Here.
You have a quorum?
Thank you. We'll now move to item 3.1 on our agenda, the Community Workforce Agreement for City Capital Projects. The purpose of this study session is to provide the City Council with an overview of community workforce agreements, including major considerations associated with their adoption. Staff seeks council direction on policy guidance related to a recommended schedule and a process for adoption of a CWA and guiding principles for an agreement. Public Works Director Dawn Cameron will present the item. Dawn?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. Joining me on the dais is Arn Andrews, Assistant City Manager. The city's consultant, Jonathan Holtzman, with the Renee Public Law Group, is also available to help answer questions after staff's presentation. The Council's strategic work plan includes a Priority A project to negotiate a community workforce agreement, or CWA. At this study session, staff will provide an overview of CWAs, including potential agreement provisions. Staff will also present a recommended adoption process and guiding principles for council consideration and direction. So what is a CWA? A CWA is a negotiated pre-hire agreement between labor organizations and a public agency. It is intended to apply only to the city's public works construction contracts, not to projects being constructed by other public or private sector organizations. A CWA is similar to a project labor agreement, or PLA. PLAs usually apply to single projects, while CWAs generally apply to all agency projects that meet certain criteria. In Santa Clara County, CWAs have been adopted by City of San Jose, Valley Water, and VTA. A CWA is negotiated with the Santa Clara and San Benito Counties Building and Construction Trades Council, or BTC, with craft unions being signatories. Typically, a CWA binds both contractors and subcontractors working on the city's construction project. It sets standards for wages and benefits, prohibits strikes or slowdowns that could delay construction, requires hiring from union hiring halls with a small number of contractor core workers possibly allowed, and requires non-union workers to pay dues or fees to the union while employed on the project. A key benefit of CWAs to the city is including provisions related to workforce development, specifically including local hire targets primarily achieved through access to apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeships. Mountain View has not previously entered into project labor agreements for any of our projects. Therefore, we do not have direct experience in determining CWA provisions that will work well for our community. To learn more about the opportunities, challenges, and provisions of CWAs, staff reviewed CWAs and various staff reports from 14 agencies in California. A key negotiated provision of a CWA is establishing a construction cost threshold. Contractors and subcontractors working on a city project with a total construction cost that exceeds the threshold would be subject to the CWA. As can be seen here, the project thresholds used by the three agencies in Santa Clara County are $2 million and $3 million. The BTC, or the Building Trades Council, has a template CWA that they suggest be used by agencies. Staff has learned that other agencies may use this as a starting place, but they do negotiate for additional provisions that will be best for their agency. The BTC template includes 4 exclusions as listed here, including exempting work by city employees and a contractor's non-construction staff. The study session memo provides 11 examples of negotiated exclusions from peer agency CWAs. Examples include limiting the CWA to city construction contracts and not applying to projects receiving city funding that are being constructed by others, and exempting certain types of projects such as street, sewer, water maintenance, building maintenance, have been negotiated by San Jose, as you can see here. Based on the experience of other agencies, some of the potential challenges with the CWA include administrative costs and workload impacts, project delays due to lack of bids or high bids, and contractors choosing not to bid because they have a standing workforce they cannot use, having to pay for double benefits, increasing their costs and making their bids less competitive, or for smaller contractors, finding the requirements difficult or too burdensome. Nearly all of the city's capital projects involve subcontractors. Even if the contractor is willing to be bound by a CWA, if they cannot find subcontractors willing to also be bound by the CWA, they will not be able to bid on the project. To get a sense of how this may relate to the city's past experience with bidding projects, staff reviewed the 33 projects over $1 million put out to bid since 2017. We found that building projects tend to require a large contingent of subcontractors, while utility projects are less reliant on subcontractors. Parks and road projects generally require a few subcontractors on each project. The staff memo also highlights that the 2023 bid experience to date has been troubling, with only one bid on most projects, higher bids, and a higher use of subcontractors. Now, this is very raw data. We do not know exactly what this would mean when trying to apply a CWA to these projects, and this is, you will find as part of staff's recommendations, a need to do a deeper dive by talking to contractors to understand this further. Some of the challenges that the city could experience may be able to be addressed in negotiations, including setting a higher cost threshold to help manage workload and administrative costs impacts, while taking advantage of the capacity of larger projects for higher apprenticeship, pre-apprenticeship targets. It may also be desirable to negotiate exemptions for certain types of projects and provide flexibility to rebid without the CWA. There may also be a discussion about carve-outs for small or disadvantaged contractors. However, we should note that other agencies in our area have had limited to no success in negotiating some of these types of provisions. Sorry. In addition, staff would suggest a shorter agreement term, such as 2 or 3 years, to give an opportunity to apply lessons learned to a renewed agreement. While the review of other agencies' experiences have been informative, each agency is different in their goals and needs. For this reason, staff recommends we first conduct outreach to stakeholders, such as the labor organizations, contractors, and other interested parties, before council provides direction on the provisions of a CWA for Mountain View. Staff's recommended process and timeline is to conduct the outreach this summer, use the results to help craft recommendations for council consideration and direction for CWA provisions, negotiate with the BTC, and bring a recommended CWA to council for adoption by early 2024. Staff will return to council for further direction as needed during the negotiations. Staff also recommends that council support 2 guiding principles as we work on a CWA for the city's capital projects. 1, focus the social policy goals on workforce development, such as a pre-apprenticeship internship program for local residents. And 2, ensure that the city's capital projects will continue to be delivered in a timely and cost-effective manner. Staff requests council response to 2 questions tonight. Does council concur with the recommended CWA adoption process and schedule, including conducting a robust outreach process this summer? And does council concur with the recommended guiding principles for negotiating the CWA? This concludes staff's presentation, and we are here to answer council questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So as this is a study session, we will next allow any members of the public joining us virtually or in person to provide comment. If you would like to provide comments, either click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We'll take in-person speakers first, and each speaker will have 3 minutes. David Beeney.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Hicks and members of the City Council. I would like to first thank the City of Mountain View staff for the thorough presentation. I look forward to working together on creating and administering a PLA that works, or CWA that works for Mountain View. As staff at other public entities have discovered, the agreement, once negotiated, will create a more professional construction environment and may lead to less of an administrative burden rather than more. There are a number of benefits associated with CWAs, but I'd like to focus on those that will have the most significant impact for the City of Mountain View, its businesses, and its residents. First, a CWA is a signal to low road contractors that the city is requiring a higher standard of contracting. It's also a signal to high road contractors that the high standards that they bring are welcome in Mountain View. This attracts more high-quality construction firms, which understand that they can now compete on a level playing field. Studies show that a CWA does not decrease bidders. It instead exchanges the irresponsible contractors for responsible contractors. Second, as you can see from the staff report, Table 6, bids in Mountain View are regularly going far over the engineer's estimate. With change orders and delays caused by hiring unethical firms, these costs increase even more, potentially popping the city's capital improvement budget. With the more ethical bidding pool provided by a CWA, the city will experience more construction that is on time and on budget. Third, small construction businesses in and around Mountain View will have a greater opportunity to secure work. As described in material previously submitted to this council, a CWA allows small non-union contractors to save up to 30% of their payroll taxes by accessing multi-employer healthcare and pension programs. It also allows them access to highly skilled and trained union labor, which otherwise can only be accessed through a master collective bargaining agreement. Fourth, a CWA can provide a path for Mountain View residents to access coveted apprenticeships in the trades that lead to highly paid and family-supporting careers with family medical benefits and real retirement security. Really, it's access to the American dream. I will conclude by saying that there are a handful of people who will be happy to tell you why they think a CWA is bad and would be a catastrophe. And all you need to do is look to other local agencies, such as the county, the city of San Jose, Foothill De Anza Community College District, and others who have entered CWAs not just once, but multiple times. The leaders of these agencies are people we know and admire, and it's not a great risk to follow in their footsteps. I ask that you ask staff to negotiate this agreement and return it to you for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Clint Steele.
Good evening, Mayor Hicks and council members. My name is Clint Steele. I'm a business representative for Operating Engineers Local 3 Union, and we cover 4 different states. We are close to about 40,000 members strong in all 4 states, encompassing 4 states. I'm here to talk about a community workforce agreement. We'll provide a target hiring program for Mountain View residents through the targeting orientation program. The Santa Clara County Trades Orientation Program, aka TOP, is a comprehensive apprenticeship readiness program that provides a pathway into construction apprenticeship programs like which OE3 has a great apprenticeship program for disadvantaged and represented community members. The CWA will connect the top program graduates with contractors working on a city project and with the apprenticeship program as well. The targeted hire pathway and the top program provide family support, lifetime careers to the people of our community. And it does this at no cost to the city or the student. Please make these benefits a priority for the city of Mountain View. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the last chance for in-person speakers. We'll now move to virtual speakers. The first one is, calls himself council representative. It doesn't mean the city council, I think. You're up.
All right, thank you. Yes, this is Beth Fisher from the Santa Clara and San Benito County Building Trades Council. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I wanted to talk about the benefits of small businesses working on community workforce agreement projects. CWAs actually provide a financial advantage to small non-union businesses. The CWA sets the basic terms and conditions for all contractors, and the non-union contractors actually gain unprecedented access to multi-employer benefit plans, which would normally only be offered to the union signatory contractors. This access to the multi-employer plans allows them to pay 20 to 35% of prevailing wage as actual benefits to workers. And this reduces the payroll tax burden by 20 to 35%. The cost savings can be reflected then in a lower bid, increasing competitiveness on projects and giving the contractors a better chance to secure the job. After experiencing the advantages of a partnership with a union through a community workforce agreement, many contractors actually choose to extend the partnership to non-CWA jobs and become signatory to the union. Companies that experience the cost savings, flexible access to skilled and trained labor, and the reduction of in-house labor administration are more likely to view unions as a good business decision. And I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next, we have Louise Auerhahn.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Louise Auerhahn with Working Partnerships USA. We're a community group who serves families across Santa Clara County. And my work is building career pipelines into the construction industry for our local and underrepresented community members. So you heard a few of the other speakers mention our program, which is the Trades Orientation Program. Since 2015, we've supported and trained over 550 disadvantaged community members in Santa Clara County to enter construction careers through partnerships with the building trades apprenticeships, with the contractors, and with public agencies like cities and counties, water districts, and so forth, who support and promote targeted hiring in community workforce agreements. Targeted hiring gives those community members, once they're ready and have overcome their barriers and are ready for apprenticeship, it gives them that critical first step as an entry-level apprentice on those construction projects. By providing that first step, a community workforce agreement can help expand the pipeline by creating more opportunities, more hiring to get on that pathway to apprenticeship and to a lifelong career. For apprenticeship is on-the-job training. For on-the-job training to work, there need to be jobs. And by including apprentice ratios and targeted hiring provisions, community workforce agreements can help to create those jobs and create a priority and a direct pipeline for underrepresented community members to get hired and get in onto that first rung. Working Partnerships is also in the process of receiving a generous grant from the City of Mountain View to help us provide support for Mountain View residents to overcome barriers and get into apprenticeships. This is the other half of that. This community workforce agreement would help ensure that there are jobs and opportunities for those residents once we help prepare them so that they can enter and succeed into the careers. So I urge you to consider strongly passing this community workforce agreement, making it as broad as possible. I also understand that you're working on a $160 million public safety building. That could be a tremendous opportunity for community members to get their start in apprenticeship and have a stable job where they can learn and be on the job for several years building that project. So I strongly hope that this process can be completed in time to apply to that project as well as others. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Keith, followed by Eric Kristen.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking the time to hear us out today. My name is Keith Silva. I'm with Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. And like some of these other speakers, I represent a bunch of members, not just in Santa Clara County, but throughout the state. CWAs efficiently implement the purpose of the prevailing wage law. Prevailing wage is meant to ensure industry standards such as career training, healthcare, and retirement security. Unfortunately, even though prevailing wage policy mandates that employers provide the money for these essential benefits, it does not mandate that the employers actually provide these benefits. Instead, many employers provide them as taxable wage, which cheats the worker out of the essential services and increases their loss to payroll taxes. When this happens, we, the public, pay twice for healthcare and other services, once through the prevailing wage, and a second time when some of these families who don't receive these benefits end up at the county receiving treatment and services as uninsured. Community workforce agreements provide that all workers will be treated equally and fairly regardless of union membership or employer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Last, we have Eric Kristen.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Kristen. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. The coalition was formed 25 years ago by union and non-union construction firms solely to oppose discriminatory and wasteful project labor agreements. Thank you for this time tonight. I wanted to share with you a couple of points and then pose some questions. Number one, in an era of macro inflation, record macro inflation and micro inflation, meaning in the industry itself, where you have too few bidders already for the projects that are out there, why would you consider anything that would reduce that bid force? Your staff's own report showed what you're getting for bidders right now and that it is a problem. And attempting to do something like this, which would make it even more difficult, just does not make any sense. It seems to be a solution in search of a problem. The reality is, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics in the country and in California, 88% of the construction workforce chooses to wake up and work in a union-free environment. Now, those workers could take their valued skill sets and work anywhere they wish. Many work in the unions, but a vast majority work on the non-union side. They could choose to work union tomorrow if that's what they want to do, because there are not enough blue-collar workers out there in the trades as it is. But they choose to work where they are, and they shouldn't be compelled to work under a PLA that all but implicitly forces them to have to be union as a condition of employment. So just consider that, please. There's 4 provisions within a PLA. That's really what they're all about. Everything else is a smokescreen, if you will. The first provision forces a non-union contractor to use only a couple of their own workers. The rest have to come from a union hiring hall, so the contractor has to work with people he has no relationship with. Secondly, the non-union worker has to pay dues to a union he doesn't wish to belong to. Now, quote unquote, he isn't a member of the union, but he still has to pay dues. That's a distinction without a difference. Thirdly, that worker has to pay into union health, welfare, and pension plans that require at least 5 years of vesting. So that money is stolen from him. It's wage theft. That young man or woman is not going to get that money back. Why would that even be a part of a project labor agreement? And lastly, the young men and women in state-approved non-union apprenticeship programs are explicitly forbidden from working under project labor agreements. So I'd ask you to look at your current and upcoming schedule of projects and ask yourself, do we want to reduce our bidders or increase them? Finally, I'd ask that you do what the San Jose Unified School District did and the East Bay Municipal Utility District did when they rejected PLAs. by going out to your contractors that you've done, who have done work for you, and surveying them to find out what their thoughts are on a project labor agreement. When those two entities did that, they found they would lose 50% of their bidders, and they rejected project labor agreements. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. And now we do have at least one more person, Danny Mangan. Danny, are you there?
Hello, there we go. I got the unmute pop up a little bit delayed. Anyway, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Danny Mangan. I'm a representative for Sprinkler Fitters, Local 483. And like some of these other reps, I represent members all throughout the Bay Area, many in Santa Clara County, many in the city of Mountain View. So yeah, I just want to talk about the CWAs. They can be found throughout the the Bay Area and have become established policy. They bring numerous benefits, some including they'll leverage the resources of the construction industry to bring superior construction to the city of Mountain View projects. CWAs also ensure projects are completed on time. They prevent serious delays by providing alternatives to work stoppages and attract the most professional of contractors who know how to properly plan and more importantly, execute a project. And CWAs also will save money, not only in the short term, but also in the long term, as the high quality construction will extend usable life of the project and reduce repairs. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. So this is the last call for either in-person or virtual speakers. I do see one more. Albert Luster.
Good evening, City Council members. This is Albert Luster with the Northern California Carpenters Local 405, and I'm here to talk about the need of the CWAs that improve and actually help our working force by implementing healthcare apprenticeship programs are actually by the state of California that proven that in 4 years most of the construction workers they journey out and they were able to accomplish a project to the highest standards. Local hire, basically keeping our employees local, ensuring that they're actually able to work in their communities and not pushing our members out of our communities as is happening now. And the other thing is that it prevents a lot of wage theft and tax fraud, which happens more than often. And we see it every day happening in other areas, especially when we don't have responsible contractors that track and report those the taxes and the actual hours being worked for the employees. So yeah, it's a great thing that we should implement that. Just ensure that we have healthcare, a livable wage, apprenticeship, and local hire. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So seeing no more speakers, either virtual or in person, we'll bring it back to council for questions and then deliberation. So first, do any council members have questions? We had robust written questions, but are there any additional questions? Wow. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, what's the ratio typically of apprenticeships you get for the number of workers on a job? And kind of how big are the jobs that we think in Mountain View this might apply to?
I'm going to invite our consultant, Mr. Holtzman, to help respond to that question, given his greater experience with many other agencies with these.
Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, as to the size of the projects that it would apply to, I think actually Dawn can probably speak to that. There's a list in your documents. It sounds like it's roughly somewhere between 1 million and 20 million, depending on, again, what threshold you were to negotiate.
Thank you. I may have misunderstood your question, Vice Mayor. Were you asking about the size of our city projects or more what would be the typical requirements for apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship?
Well, kind of both. I'm interested in, I mean, I think apprenticeships are a great thing.
Right.
So I'm interested in how many are we likely to get on a given project?
Okay, so I'll set the stage and allow you to finish.
Okay.
And just, again, as you were mentioning, historically, the city's capital projects have been, some are under $1 million, many are in the 1 to 5 million, 7 million stage, and occasionally in the past we've had something at 20 or 25 million. As you may recall from the 5-year CIPs that you've been reviewing and are set to approve tonight, we do have a lot of high-cost capital projects that we would like to do on the books, and we're going to be seeing more and more projects that are in the $25 to $40 million range over the next several years. As was mentioned, the public safety building, of course, is definitely an outlier for us. It will be a well over $100 million construction. So we are seeing the cost, the size of the projects we're taking on trend up, and then there's the inflationary costs. We also will continue to have most of our portfolio projects being probably $5 million or less. With that, maybe I can, Mr. Holtzman, help speak to the opportunities there.
Sure. So most of the union master agreements specify, and state law to some extent specifies what the ratio, permissible ratio of apprentices to journey level employees are in different situations. There's a little bit of variation between the trades, and actually Mr. Beeney probably could speak to that more specifically. One of the challenges in my view, of a PLA like this is that when you have sporadic work, it's a little harder for the trades, I think, and I'd like to hear, Mr. Beeney may have a thought about this, to plan for how many apprentices they could hire more than they would otherwise have hired. So the real question is, so an apprenticeship is at many levels, so it takes multiple years. So there are two different questions. One is, how many apprentices will you employ on the project? And then the other is, and this is the one that most of my clients really want to know the most, I think, is how many new apprentices will our work employ or bring or allow you to bring into the trades? And the answer, I think, and I'm not really, I guess I'd like to hear from Mr. Beeney, is I think it's very challenging when you have sporadic work like this. It's much easier when you have a larger project like a 20 million or more project, and so and again, you have multiple trades as well. Remember, so it's split up. Even a $20 million project isn't 20 million to one union. It's a lot of different unions. So a little hard for me to pin down, but I think it's a really good question to ask the trades.
And Vice Mayor, I'll just add, contractually speaking, in a lot of the peer review that we did, they will add kind of an increment of dollar value that will then warrant X amount of apprentices. So for instance, it looks like the first threshold is for the first $1 million that warrants one apprentice. They have also tried to craft it where, to Mr. Holtzman's comment, it would be one new apprentice and usually some type of local orientation for that apprentice. And then in some of the agreements, we then see the next break point around 5 million. So 5 million would then beget another apprentice. And I have seen agreements where it is by trade council. So for instance, if it is a larger project with multiple trade councils working on it, and then a large dollar volume, you could end up with a pretty good amount of apprentices, as long as we have, the folks that will yield that and want to be a part of that.
Thank you.
So are there more council questions? Or have we? Okay, seeing no more council questions, we'll go to comments on the two questions in the staff report, and also any free-form comments that you want to make. Yes, I do want them both together. So Councilmember Ramos's question is, should you all answer both questions together? And I think we can do that. So Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff for bringing this to us. Pretty easy 1 and 2. I support both items. I want to say, just wanted to say a few things. As I was a signer to the PLA for the VTA BART Phase 1 project back when I was chair of the VTA board. So I have some experience, and a lot of our transportation projects, frankly, are covered by PLAs. With the BART project, actually folks were amazed, but that project came under budget by $100 million, and so that was a big source of pride for our organization, and I think the PLA was a big part of creating that savings. So I fully support moving forward with this. I wanted to mention, Mr. Steele, you mentioned the TOPS program, and I was very happy that we were able to actually fund that program with $100,000. And that's why I'm excited about the possibility of this and kind of creating a continuum as we support these apprenticeship programs. The hope is that we will actually have folks from that program be able to come and work on our projects down the road. The one area, and I know that we received some emails about DBEs, Disadvantaged Business Enterprises, I believe that stands for, is an area that I do want to just make sure that we do the proper outreach. I served on a DBE task force for the BART Phase 2 project, and so I definitely have those issues. We worked through some of the issues, and I just want to make sure that we do our due diligence and do the proper outreach and get feedback on that. I think it was mentioned that public safety building could be a good first run or test case for our hopefully new policy. I was thinking grade separations, but actually that's probably Caltrain led, so we wouldn't be able to.
That is correct.
Okay. But so thank you again to staff for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mr. Beanie and the building trades for working with us, and in advance, thank you. And I look forward to this coming back to us in the future. Thanks.
Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. So for question 1, I concur with the recommended timeframe and adoption process. Like Councilmember Abekoga, there is the hope for robust outreach, and I know that staff will do its due diligence on that. Regarding question number 2, one of the things I'm thinking about in terms of guiding principles, and the guiding principles we have are great. One thing I kind of noticed that was missing as we had our briefing and our conversation in terms of why I wanted to support CWAs and the concept of it is because I want, no matter how you are working for the city, whether you are our staff, whether you are contracting with us, I want our workers to be taken care of. And that is something that I find important when we talk about our CWAs, that those who work for us have protections and have that empowerment that they are working for our city and that they know that we have their back. And that is my primary motivation behind CWAs. And so I kind of hope that at some way that could be added into the guiding principles. I'm not in a point in my career where I've ever made a decision towards hiring or what kind of benefits someone would get or work in general. But I always like to think that when I get to a point where I have that ability to make the lives of workers in general better, I kind of want to take that shot. So that is my only feedback toward the guiding principles. But everything else is wonderful. Staff has done amazing work. Thank you so much for getting it to us. when we've asked to have it quicker and stuff like that. And thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't know if there's a way, is there an easy way to put the questions we're answering up behind us? If it's difficult, then never mind. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I really appreciate the work that staff has done on this. While I've had conversations with folks and read information, I will say the staff report was the best information I've seen on the topic of CWA and PLA. So thank you very much for pulling this together. I certainly heard the comments about the pros and cons of these, and I think the next time we discuss this, I would kind of like to have like one level deeper on those, so I have a better understanding. But I do support, yes to question 1 and 2, to put it briefly. But I would add that, you mentioned a potentially short-term agreement. It also might just be a pilot, so we pick a few projects that would really highlight both the pros and cons of these. And I don't know what those would be, but I would leave that up to staff to decide. That might be an alternative to a short-term agreement. We just say for these 3 projects or something. So I'm very open to that if that would make sense. But yes and yes for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, basically, I am also a yes and yes on the 2 projects, but I just wanted to add a little bit of commentary. I really am interested in the apprenticeship and the process and helping people get educated to be the skilled workers of tomorrow. So to me, that's, I like to maximize the most, that as much as practicable, and that, I know that varies depending on kind of union and various other things, but that to me is very socially important. I'm also concerned about specialized contractors. Having worked on projects with doing restoration work where you have, biologists and that grow plants and things like that they're very specialized. They're not necessarily, very sophisticated from a business point of view. So I am concerned with how that kind of thing is taken care of. I can imagine, for instance, on a big project, even like our public safety building, which seems like a good example, that the landscaping could be quite specialized, and we might not want. It might be too complicated for somebody to have a PLA or a CWA with that. I really don't know, but it's something I'm concerned about. And I thought that Emily's comment about we do want to take care of workers. We do want to do that. We know that that's in everybody's best interest. And but at the same time, I like there's always a balance to everything, and this ensure that the city's capital projects will continue to be delivered in a timely and cost-effective manner. I think that's really, that is also quite important. So, then the last thing I wanted to bring up is our Day Workers Center. The day workers are a very important staff organization in our community. I think they've been around for 25, maybe 30 years, and they really, they really fill an important social niche and help people to get employment and skills. So I would like to understand how, is there a way to help them connect with the apprenticeships programs and that sort of thing. So those are my comments. Thank you very much. Appreciated the report. It really was well written.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei?
Great, thank you. So for question 1, yes. And I wanted to include some comments about the outreach process, since it looks like from the recommended timeline, that will be over the summer, so the time to comment is now. And so for the outreach process, I think it would be really great to keep council up to date on what's happening. I thought a really great example was the displacement response strategy. You shared with council the different stakeholder meetings that were occurring so that council members could share it with community members or neighborhood associations. I think that kind of communication is really critical so that we can, as it states, have a robust outreach process. So that would be my first request in terms of the outreach process. And then over the years, we've heard often from our unions about how many of them are in a union and also live in Mountain View. I would like to make sure that for those union members who do live in Mountain View, we're doing robust outreach to them to hear their direct experience working in the city of Mountain View and their feedback. I think that would be really great. And then lastly, for the outreach process, and I know that the city has been doing this, is different times, different venues, different kind of modes of participation. So, for those who are working or have childcare issues, translation services, that to make sure we're capturing everyone. And then for question 2, yes, I think for the guiding principles, as some of my colleagues have talked about, I think that I'd really like to, as we're rolling out our workforce development with the apprenticeship program, it'd be really great to hear how maybe that's can tie in to our work with the CWA. So I know that that's using one-time art funding, but I'd really like to kind of hear the interface there. I think it's a really great partnership. I know in particular Foothill De Anza was mentioned. I know they have their apprenticeship program. So are there continued partnership opportunities aside just with working partnerships? I'd love to learn more. And those are my comments. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with my colleagues and won't have much to add that's new. So yes to both questions. I agree with Councilmember Kamei's suggestions to enhance our outreach efforts. And I appreciate especially the recommendation to make sure the council understands the input that we're receiving from different stakeholder groups. So it'll help us inform our own decision making. For instance, different trades might have slightly different or nuanced perspectives about how to consider exemptions and that kind of thing. So I think that's very valuable. For question 2, I agree with Councilmember Ramos and Vice Mayor Showalter. So I agree very strongly that the most important thing for me, the primary objective would be to help our own residents get work. And so the apprenticeship or internship program would be a high priority to the extent we can make local hire type targets or goals work. That would be ideal. The second guiding principle that staff has recommended, I think, is important too, and I think that's where the stakeholder research can help us, make decisions about, for instance, what impact there might be on the number of bids that we receive. So I'd be interested in learning from all stakeholders. But I think the only other input I'd provide, maybe it's too early to say this, but I would rather give staff broad latitude in the negotiations. I don't feel prepared to provide anything prescriptive today, and you're not asking for that, but I think you'll make the best recommendation for the city, and I'm looking forward to seeing the results of your work over the summer. Thank you.
Okay, so I also would answer yes to both question number 1 and number 2. This is and I have, after all other council members have made comments, I have no particularly extremely original comments. This is the point where I would often go through the comments that people have made and take straw votes to see whether everyone agreed. In this case, I think I'm assuming that everything everyone has said, that I don't have to go through that exercise. I'm going to name off a few that people have said just to make sure we get them all down, and because I personally agreed with, I think, everything that was said. So the comments were to hopefully see if we can work with the TOPS program in the future, make sure to do proper outreach to DBEs, which I'm not going to be able to repeat what that is, but I generally know what it is. Also, possibly to look at the public safety building as a first project. That a guiding principle we could add is that our workers be cared for, that we consider starting off as a pilot project, that we'd like to have more deep information on pros and cons. And then the one that I'm particularly interested in is finding ways to maximize the apprenticeship program and work with our existing organizations such as the Day Worker Center, so to be sure to include them in the summer outreach. Also, updating council regularly on the summer outreach that's being done, and doing robust outreach to union members living in Mountain View, and seeing how we can tie our current ARP-based apprenticeship program in with this. So those were the main things that I heard. And now's the time to raise your hand if you strongly disagree with any one of those. So seeing none, I think that closes our study session. Any final comments? Well, thank you to staff and to all members of the public who came to speak on this subject. And now we'll take a break until 6:30 when the remainder of the official council meeting will start. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the joint meeting of the Mountain View City Council, Shoreline Regional Park Community, and City of Mountain View Capital Improvements Financing Authority of June 27th, 2023. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So now we're on item 2, which is roll call. The city clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Here.
Councilmember Kamei?
Here.
Councilmember Matichak?
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Councilmember Ramos?
Here.
Vice Mayor Showalter?
Here.
Mayor Hicks?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We're now on item number 3, which is presentations. Please note, these are presentations only. The City Council will not take any action. Public comment will occur after the presentation items. And if you would like to speak on these items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Spanish translation services are available in person for item 3.2. We will now hear from our interpreter. Well, I guess maybe we won't now hear from our interpreter. So I want to say in this last council meeting before summer break, we have 3 proclamations honoring different communities and peoples within Mountain View. Those are a Jewish American Heritage Proclamation, an Immigrant Heritage Month Proclamation, and a Juneteenth Proclamation. Our proclamations decry the discrimination these 3 communities have faced, but moreover celebrate their contributions and the joy that diverse communities bring all of us. In particular tonight, we'll highlight art, historic architecture, and food as things that bring us all together. So with that, I would like to ask that our former mayor, Ken Rosenberg, join me at the podium. Is this on? Yes. You can stand over here. And I have to say, Mayor Rosenberg, I had.
It's been a while.
Aren't once a mayor, always a mayor?
You'll find out.
Okay. So I have to say, I had a lovely presentation all printed out for you. Mm-hmm. And I look at it and it's double printed, the 3rd page. So I'm going to have to wing it here. So with that, I'm going to give you the proclamation. And as these are a bit bureaucratic, I'm not going to read the entire proclamation to you. But as I said, we're talking both about discrimination and celebrating our history. And in particular, I wanted to highlight the contributions of the Wellheimer family, which you may have heard of. These are the Wellheimer family were our founding fathers, one of our founding fathers in Mountain View. The older family members, Samuel and Seligman, started one of the first general stores in Mountain View, and later operated almost everything you can list that a growing town needs. Livery, which is basically a parking garage for horses, a hotel, another general store, and built one of our fine downtown homes, often referred to as the Wellheimer House or the Shea TJ House. Their son, Julius Wellheimer, was one of the founders of, among a lot of other people in town, of one of our early banks, now the Red Rock building, and also helped incorporate Mountain View in 1902 and became our third mayor. His house was so fine that it was eventually bought by an Arthur Freed, who became our first city attorney and our only congressman, and lobbied to have the air base, the Moffett Air Base, in Mountain View. So altogether, the Wellheimer family contributed a great deal, both in terms of founding our city and in some of the historic buildings that you see when you walk in downtown Mountain View. So with that and with those memories, and I also want to call attention to members of Livable Mountain View who are in the audience and who were important in having the Wellheimer House recognized on the as eligible for the California and the National Registry of Historic Places. So with that, with those comments on history and architecture in Mountain View, I would like to let you say a few words.
Thank you.
You get to take that home and hang it up in your bedroom.
I'll put it next to my ketubah. That's an inside joke if you're Jewish. So I don't know if I should address the council, if I should address...
I know, it's
This is a weird position to be in here. I think I'll address the audience. It's quite an honor to be here representing the Jewish community of Mountain View. I thought of a couple things I wanted to say, and I thought it would be amusing if I put it to rhyme. So bear with me for about 2 minutes or less while I read this poem. Ladies and gentlemen, gather around this day and come together in a joyous way, for our city has issued a tremendous decree to honor our Jewish heritage so wonderfully. From ancient times to present days, Jewish traditions have graced our ways. Culture, art, and wisdom they bestow, enriching our community and helping us grow. We embrace diversity with open hearts and recognize the importance of each unique part. In this proclamation, we stand side by side, together in harmony, with love as our guide. Let us honor the contributions they bring from literature and medicine to the joy they sing. Their values of justice and compassion ring true, teaching us to strive for a world anew. Today, we affirm our commitment and embrace the Jewish heritage with its beauty and grace. May it serve as a beacon shining so clear, promoting understanding and conquering fear. Let us cherish diversity and be filled with delight as we recognize our past and our futures so bright, to celebrate the Jewish heritage so beautifully. Oh, and by the way, this poem was written by ChatGPT. It really was.
Thank you, and it's great to see you again in the chambers. And I should note that we're also thanking you tonight for voting to save the Wellheimer House. You and other council members at the time voted in that direction. It would no longer be here as a reminder of our history if you had not.
Second oldest house in Mountain.
It is.
Next to the Ring Store house.
So next we have a proclamation for Immigrant Heritage Month, and I'd like to ask Malia Perez from Reach Silicon Valley to come forward. Yeah, join me here. Again, I'm not going to read everything. I'm not going to read the sort of bureaucratic text about Immigrant Heritage Month, but I've invited you and your friends here in particular because I want to celebrate the contributions of our various community members. We've started out with architectural history, and we're moving on to cuisine. And I wanted to highlight the program that Reach Silicon Valley and the city are partnering on, the Mompreneurs program, where people involved in the program get to achieve their dream of opening a restaurant in a very small way. So with that, you can have this proclamation for Immigrant Heritage Month, and you can say a few words.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor Hicks. Just really briefly, because I'd love to pass the baton to some of the ladies that I brought, but I just want to say thank you, City of Mountain View, for the honor to receive this proclamation. Mountain View has a rich history of celebrating immigrants, and we see it in strides and gains through the leadership academies offered in various languages, to translation services offered in various languages, and we just really appreciate the city recognizing the many contributions of our rich culture and immigrant history here in Mountain View. And so I want to invite up these amazing women who are entrepreneurs in their own right, who come from different countries and have different cuisines and are part of our Mompreneurs program. And they've all turned in their blue cards. So I think Denny, maybe you come first.
Hello, hi everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Amadeni Guzman Morales, and I'm actually an activities coordinator with Reach SV. And I'm just so excited and blessed to have so many opportunities that I get to work with these amazing families and women. I get to hear about their stories as I become one of also an immigrant at a 3-year-old that came to this country not knowing what I was gonna get myself into. And here I am and not knowing my country. But thanks to them, I get to learn about my culture, different traditions, and different things that happen in different countries. So I'm really excited about that, and I'm just blessed to work with them all the time. So thank you for this opportunity.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Flores y también primeramente darle gracias a todos los que a ellos de aquí de la ciudad de Mountain View por darnos esta oportunidad de venir y aprender y saber todo lo de cómo trabaja y cómo está la ciudad. Yo soy de El Salvador y tengo 15 años viviendo acá en Mountain View y la verdad estoy muy feliz, muy contenta y más ahora que hay muchas, vamos en más programas para seguir conociendo, que nos sigan conociendo que cuánto somos, que cuánto valemos los hispanos acá, cuánto participamos en actividades. Yo participo en la escuela, soy voluntaria de mis niños, tengo 2 niños. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I want to say thank you so much to the City of Mountain View for allowing us to get to know how the city works and also for giving us the opportunity to be known and for our Hispanic culture to be known. I volunteer at my children's school.
Y en la escuela, en todas en las comunidades donde andamos y convivimos y todo eso, todo compartimos del país de uno, comidas, actividades latinas y eso, y todos convivimos muy bien. La verdad estoy muy contenta y gracias por todo el apoyo y todo la experiencia que tengo y que voy a tener desde este día acá con todos ustedes. Gracias.
I am very grateful for the opportunity to get to know different cultures, different Latin cultures, and when we gather, we get along wonderfully, and I'm really blessed, and I really thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here and share my story. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Angélica Gabriel. Vivo aquí en Mountain View desde hace unos 22 años. Que emigré de mi país y muchas gracias por darnos la oportunidad en esta ciudad. Me he sentido muy tranquila, gracias a Dios, en esta ciudad, porque aquí han crecido mis hijos y también les doy muchas gracias por haber tomado en cuenta nuestro proyecto de poder vender nuestra comida mexicana. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Angélica Gabriel. I have lived in the city of Mountain View for 22 years. I like to say that Mountain View has made me feel very safe and welcome. And I like to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to be able to sell our food. Thank you for that.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Rosa Arellano y yo emigré a este bello país hace 27 años y Mountain View ha sido mi segundo hogar después de llegar aquí. Y quiero agradecer a Mountain View porque nos da la oportunidad también de tener nuestros propios negocios, de poder salir adelante, no solamente en recibir ayuda, sino también en participar en la comunidad, también devolverles la ayuda que nos dan también con nosotros. Muchas gracias por esta oportunidad.
Good evening. My name is Rosa Arellano. I immigrated here 27 years ago. I like to say this city is really, truly beautiful, and I like to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to begin our own businesses, and not only to receive assistance from the city, but also to give back. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And now the last proclamation is a Juneteenth proclamation, and I'd like to ask Human Relations Commissioner Nirvana Wokido to join me at the podium. Again, Nirvana, I'm not going to read the whole proclamation. You can take it home and read it at your leisure. But it does start out saying, whereas President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, declaring the slaves in Confederate territory free, paving the way for the passing of the 13th Amendment, which formally abolished slavery in the United States of America. Goes on throughout history and ends with, whereas the city of Mountain View recognizes the historical significance of Juneteenth to the U.S., supports the continued nationwide celebration of Juneteenth to provide an opportunity for residents to learn more about the past and to understand better the experiences that have shaped the United States, and recognizes that the observance and the end of slavery is part of the history and heritage of the United States. And with that, since our theme, and you can have this proclamation now, and with that, because the theme of tonight is cultural contributions, I thought I would try to surprise you with, although I think I've given you a hint ahead of time, with the name of an African-American artist who you see and who puts a smile on my face every time I come to the Civic Center, but that a lot of people may not know is an African-American artist. His name is Joe Sam, and his artwork is the running and joyous boy and girl that you see between the front doors of this building and the library. So you can, when this meeting tonight gets to a boring point, you can all Google Joe Sam and look over his work. With that, would you like to say a few words? And I'll go back to my seat.
Okay. I just want to thank the City of Mountain View for this recognition, and I am really proud to accept this on behalf of all the African Americans and everything that went on leading up to Juneteenth. So thank you very much. If you want to know more about Juneteenth, I didn't know how to prepare anything. I guess it's no longer Wikipedia, so consult ChatGPT, I guess. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Nirvana. And now we'll take public comments on these items. And first, I see Jerry Steach. You can comment on any and all items.
Oh, gosh, I'm on the clock, darn it already. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words tonight about livable Mountain View, which the mayor referenced earlier. I'm a founding member of Livable Mountain View, as is Robert Cox over my shoulder here. And because my head is like a sieve, I'm going to read from notes rather than memory here. We coalesced as a group of residents who were gravely concerned that one of our truly historic local buildings, one that powerfully reflects the story of the immigrants in Mountain View, was at risk, along with the structure next door to it, the former Tide House, historic in its own right. Livable Mountain View embarked on a campaign of community outreach, signature gathering, and discussions with all 7 city council members, 4 of whom ultimately voted down the proposal to remove the 2 buildings, the other one being the Wallhammer House, of course, for the sake of another office development project. We'd like to thank former council members John McAllister, former Mayor Ken Rosenberg, present council members Margaret Akoga and Lisa Matichak for their vision and courage on that vote. At that point, however, Livable Mountain View's work on this preservation campaign wasn't quite done. We petitioned California State Historical Resources Commission, then traveled to Sacramento for the commission's hearing on the buildings. The commission voted overwhelmingly at the hearing that both buildings deserve designations historically significant, thus qualifying them for the California Register of Historical Resources, as well as eligibility for the National Register of Historic Places. It's worth noting that one of the commissioners highlighted the Weilheimer House's significant role in Mountain View's rich history of welcoming immigrants. We at Livable Mountain View could not agree more. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the time that either speakers in person or virtual can speak to these three proclamations. Are there additional speakers? Come on up, and you can submit a blue card after you speak.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alejandro Padron. I'm the External Relations Associate at JCRC, the Jewish Community Relations Council. Good evening, Mayor Hicks and other council members of the City Council of Mountain View. It's an honor for us to be here today. Because of the proclamation of the Jewish American Heritage Month, but also for the proclamation of Immigrant Heritage Month or history. I'm an immigrant. I came here to the US 4 years ago, and I've been living in the Bay Area for 4 years. And I've been a strong ally to the Jewish community, so both of these issues are really core to me and to us at the Jewish Community Relations Council. We're so honored for this proclamation to be enacted in the city of Mountain View because it's the time and the opportunity to uplift more than 350 years of Jewish history in the country. From Levi Strauss to Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the Jewish community have had an impact, a profound impact in the Jewish, in the history of the Jewish, in the history of America. I'm sorry. But we also have to be aware and acknowledge the rising hate against our community. Today, the Attorney General published the hate crime report, and we saw a significant 24% increase in anti-Semitic incidents. So as we reflect on this beautiful history, we also have to stand against anti-Semitism and keep initiatives like this. So rest assured that we are JCRC, we're committed to keep fighting anti-Semitism, and we will be able to work together with the city of Mountain View and the other communities in the Bay Area to promote initiatives to keep the Jewish community safe, and this is the starting of that. So thank you, everyone, and thank you, the city of Mountain View, to enacting this and promoting and advertising this beautiful history for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers, either virtual or in person, on these three presentations? Seeing none, we'll move to the next portion of our agenda. Which is, bear with me, it's item number 4, which is our consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. If you'd like to speak on this item or the next item, number 5, which is oral communications on non-agenda items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. And now, Councilmember Kamei, do you have an announcement to make?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. I am recusing myself from participation in recommendation number 1 under consent item 4.3, adoption of a resolution to include the underground utilities at 1020 Terabella project in the fiscal year 2023-24 through 2027-28 capital improvement program. Due to my employment as an external affairs manager with AT&T, an international telecom communications company.
Thank you. So now, would any member of council like to either pull an item or speak to an item? First, I see Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item 4.4. And a quick clarifying question for item 4.2. When the motion is made, should the correction that's listed in the staff responses to council questions be incorporated, or is that something that will be done administratively?
I am sorry, I was not aware of the correction, so let me work with staff on that and I can get back to you before that's read.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item 4.14, please. Thank you.
Okay. I see no additional items to be pulled. Vice Mayor.
I don't have any items to pull, but I do have a number of items that I would like to comment on. Is this the appropriate time to do that?
Sure, you can do that.
Okay. For those of you in the audience who didn't read every page of the 16 pages of our agenda, you might not know that we have 21 items on the consent calendar. There is always just an incredible plethora of them, the meeting before the summer break, and this is no exception. And they represent a tremendous amount of work on the part of staff. And so I like to sort of share with people a little bit about these items so people recognize kind of what's going on behind the more controversial things. That is really, sort of the 80% of the city's work is, I think, most things that most of us really aren't aware that's happening. And I've asked a couple of staff members about this and what were they sort of happy to see about this list. And really the comment by our Public Works Director really spoke to me. And she basically said that this list sort of represents us getting back in line with where we should be on bidding projects. There was a lot of things during COVID that got waylaid for many reasons, staffing reasons and supply chain, but this list represents us sort of getting back. And that's very exciting when you're talking about all of the millions of dollars of work that the City of Mountain View does. So with that in mind, I'm going to talk about a couple of items. One is item 4.5. That's the water and sanitary sewer main replacement over US 101. Now that isn't something that people are going to have a parade for, but maybe we should. But this is a water and a sewer main that are over 60 years old. And so they have reached the end of their useful life going out into the North Bay Shore. And in addition to that, we're doing a tremendous amount of development out there. And so it's important that we have bigger, we have bigger lines with better service. So this project is being done to do that. And it's taken quite a few years because there were multiple agencies involved. It goes under 101, which of course is Caltrans. And there were, I think, something like 9 property owners. So it was, getting this all figured out was a big deal. So congratulations to coming to this point. Then another one is 4.7. That's the Education Enhancement Reserve Joint Powers Agreement. This is an agreement to extend the existing JPA agreement so that we can negotiate a longer-term one related to funds from the Shoreline community. And we needed to wait until the North Bayshore Master Plan was passed because it provides important information about what we really expect to be built and consequently what will be the tax base out there. So the Mountain View Wistman School Board and the Mountain View Los Altos School District have passed this agreement to extend it for a year, and we're about to pass it too. So that's something to celebrate, that we're all going to be working together to work on a long-term agreement. Then another one is the item 4.8, accept the final 2020 and preliminary 2021 community greenhouse gas emissions. In Mountain View, we have been working diligently for many years to mitigate our greenhouse gas emissions. And one of the ways that we kind of keep track is that we do an inventory of how it's going. And this was presented to the Council Sustainability Council in great detail. So if you would like to read the staff report, that's a great place to go see it. But it's really it is the sort of the body of work that's the basis for our mitigation efforts, our climate change mitigation efforts. So the report's conclusion was that our emissions are decreasing. They're significantly below the 2019 levels, but that's primarily because of vehicle miles traveled went down during COVID. And we expect that will that's bouncing back a little bit. And so even though we're on track right now, we really need to continue these activities to maintain our progress and get to our eventual goal, which is to be carbon neutral by 2045. Okay, so then that's greenhouse gas mitigation, that's climate change mitigation. This next one is about climate change adaptation. So that's about negotiation of an advanced water purification or recycled water cost-sharing agreement with Palo Alto. And it's very exciting that this is moving forward. This will provide us with a drought-proof supply and really good quality recycled water to use in the North Bayshore. We've had recycled water in the North Bayshore since the mid-'80s, but over the years we've had a lot of problems with salt content. It's just been too salty for some of the plants. And so this purification plant, which uses essentially desalination methodologies to desalinate our treated wastewater, it's going to create this ultra pure water that we're going to mix with our existing wastewater and have a great product. So moving forward, that's just a very, very important adaptation activity for our water supply. Then 4.15, did that get cold? Okay, this is an authorization to extend the operation of our safe parking lots and execute various agreements to provide annual and one-time funding for homeless service programs. I think here in Mountain View, we're very proud of the work that we do to support our homeless population, and we have a lot of support for safe parking. It's something that's evolved over the years, and with the help of, one thing that helped us a great deal was the county providing a waiver so we could have 24/7 parking. But this has been a tremendous amount of work, and we're really proud of it. That said, we still have too many people who need to park their RVs or on our city streets, and I think many of us are hoping that we can increase that safe parking program. So then we have, there's a lot in the capital budget about doing bicycle improvements. And there are two projects on here, in particular, the Miramonte Avenue improvements and the El Monte Avenue improvements, that both speak to improving safety for pedestrians and for bicyclists. And it's going to be exciting to see those improvements. And then the last one I wanted to mention was the MOU for the preliminary engineering and environmental clearance for the Ringsdorf grade separation. That is where we are going to have the train tracks separated from the road elevation so that you'll just be able to seamlessly continue on in the road under the tracks, and that will be a much safer situation. So it's very good to see this process. So anyway, I wanted to daylight these projects that are listed in this long list of consent calendar items, and give a big thank you to the staff for all the work that has gone to make these get to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you for taking the time. We always have a long list just before the summer break of consent items, and thank you for having the strength to highlight some of the more interesting ones. I see that the city attorney has a comment.
I just wanted to answer that question. No, you can just read item 4.2 as listed when the motion's made.
Okay, thank you. So now we have on the table a motion for the items that have not been pulled, I assume? Oh, public comment first. Okay, so is there anyone who would like to make comments on these items? I see no one. Either.
Clarification, Madam Mayor. Is this comments just for the items that are not pulled, or will there be separate public comment for the items that are pulled?
I'd actually like to ask the city attorney that. How do you arrange that?
I think it would be best to have public comment on the items that were pulled separately. So there should be comment limited to what's remaining on the consent calendar.
So this will be a call for comments for all consent items, with the exception of 4.4 and 4.14, which have been pulled. I, at this point, see no in-person or virtual speakers ready to comment. Okay, this is for 4.4. So with no public speakers on the majority of our consent calendar, Councilmember Kamei, would you like to read your motion?
Yes, and I ask colleagues to bear with me. As the Vice Mayor said, there's a lot. So I move the consent calendar, which includes item 4.2, adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View approving a development agreement between the City of Mountain View and Google LLC for the North Bayshore Master Plan project located at on an approximately 153-acre site within the North Bayshore Precise Plan area, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.3, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving inclusion of the fiscal year 2023-24. I can still read this even though I'm recusing myself from it. Okay. Underground utilities at 1020 Terabella project in the recommended fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2027 capital improvement program, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting the recommended fiscal year 2023-24 through fiscal year 2027-28 capital improvement program, including all amendments to existing projects, excluding the Shoreline Regional Park community, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And adopt a resolution of the Shoreline Regional Park community of the City of Mountain View adopting the recommended fiscal year 2023 through 24 through fiscal year 2027-28 capital improvement program for the Shoreline Regional Park community, including amendments to existing projects, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.15, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing the city manager or designee to 1, amend the lease agreement with Terabella 2 LLC for safe parking to extend the term through June 30th, 2024. 2, amend the lease agreements with the County of Santa Clara for the operation of safe parking lot at A, Shoreline Theater Lot B and 1020 Terabella Avenue to extend the term through June 30th, 2024, and add a fire safety provision. B, 1020 Terabella Avenue to also add a required transition plan. And C, 87 East Evelyn Avenue to extend the term through September 21st, 2023, and add a fire safety provision. And 3, after the city has acquired 87 East Evelyn Avenue, further extend the term of the County of Santa Clara's lease agreement for safe parking through June 30th, 2024, and finding these actions to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Sections 15301 and 15061B3 to be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing the city manager or designee to execute fiscal year 2023 through 24 funding agreements with 1, the Community Services Agency of Mountain View, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills for housing-related services and focused outreach for individuals living in vehicles in an amount not to exceed $162,000, and 2, the County of Santa Clara for preventing and ending homelessness in Mountain View in an amount not to exceed $825,000 to be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View recognizing the Community Service Agency of Mountain View, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills, CSA, as a resource hub for the unhoused and unstably housed in the community, and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute a fiscal year 2023 through 24 agreement with CSA for a capital funding contribution in an amount not to exceed $1 million to be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing the city manager or designee to enter into a fiscal year 2023-24 revenue sharing agreement with the County of Santa Clara for a 2-year operational funding commitment for the Life Moves Mountain View interim housing community in a total amount not to exceed $2.4 million to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.17, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a request to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission for the allocation of fiscal year 2023-24 Transportation Development Act Article 3 pedestrian bicycle project funding to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. And we have a second by Councilmember Ramirez. So now we can vote. Passes unanimously. So now we can move to item 4.4, which is an update resolution for Life Moves. Councilmember Ramos? Ramirez? Public comment on this item. Public comment on 4.4. Sarah Fields.
Good evening, Mayor Hicks, Vice Mayor Showalter, esteemed members of the City Council and staff. My name is Sarah Fields. I serve as the Director of Public Affairs. I'm just making myself available for questions on behalf of Life Moves. Thank you.
Thank you. And so this is the last call for comments on this item, seeing none virtually or in person. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sarah, for being available. I don't want to take too much time. I'll share when I read, well, first, I'm excited for both projects. They're both important. I'm grateful to staff for their work to apply for the grant. I'm glad that we have been awarded the funds, and I'm only disappointed that costs keep increasing to the point where we can't deliver the projects as intended. I had presumed that this was a parking priority project, that we were providing parking to benefit the residents living at the interim housing community. And it's kind of a silly thing to acquire a half-acre lot to construct 3 parking spaces. So what I would like to recommend to my colleagues is that we approve the staff recommendation, but that we also provide direction to staff to negotiate with or work with Life Moves to use the balance to the extent that the parking project as proposed is not constructed, that we negotiate with Life Moves to use the balance of the property for safe parking or some other use that staff deems appropriate, but not to just leave it vacant and underutilized. So unless there's an objection, that's the motion I intend to make.
Councilmember Ramos?
I guess since Miss, what's going on? Okay, I guess since Miss Fields has made herself available for questions, this would be maybe a good time to ask: Is this okay? How much will this change?
Hi. So I'm also joined by my colleague, Amy Gardino, who's here, who does many of our renovation projects and can get into some of the technicalities as well. So she's here, also available for questions. I do just want to remind council that this is, the funding is coming from a CDBG grant that was specifically made available to recipients of the first round of home key funds to complement already existing home key projects. So this lot, so it's two projects. It's the solar, which is extremely important because our operating costs, just like everything else, have increased over time, and we've put in some recent investments, including improving our internet at the interim housing site, which means our energy costs are actually expected to go up. So the solar and storage for the solar solar battery is really a high priority for this for these funds. The lot has to be intrinsically tied to the home key site because of the way our joint application was written and because of the nature of these funds. So I would defer to the city attorney actually on if it's possible to use the site for something that's sort of beyond the scope of the home key project.
Wayne is also here to speak to that. I do think that we would need to go back to HCD and have a conversation with them about if the lot is going to be left mostly vacant, whether or not that vacant portion could be used for something else. But Wayne, if you have any additional information.
And I would just add that Life Moves purchased this lot for just over $3 million over a year ago, with the understanding, again, that this was a joint application, that we would be reimbursed for these funds, and we have been accruing interest in the meantime, so being repaid is a concern of ours. The other thing is that given the increasing costs, this is a grant for $5 million. HCD has told us in calls between Life Moves, city staff, and HCD, that's the state, that we would need to move towards developing this lot with at least 3 spots, as indicated in the staff report. I don't believe, unless the city has funds, we would not have funds to improve the site beyond those 3 spots. So the $5 million that's in the CDBG grant is accounted for through solar and the development of the lot, as indicated in the staff report. So in addition to, it sounds like it might be outside the scope, I'm not sure we would have the funds to develop, even if it were seen as a reimbursable expense. Wayne.
Good evening, Wayne Chen, Assistant Community Development Director. I did have an opportunity to reach out to HCD to inquire on this. It would require some additional analysis, and I noted to HCD that we would be able to come back and provide a follow-up to HCD based on any council direction or input. There may be funding implications if the remaining portion of the site were converted and to be used for safe parking. So that would have to be taken into account, and removing maybe funding that is part of the site acquisition could free up the use of the funds, but we would have to have a further conversation with HCD in terms of what would be allowed. It wasn't a hard, fast yes or no, but further analysis would be needed.
But again, we would like to be paid back for purchasing that lot, which we purchased over a year ago, that was indicated in that joint application. So that's, like I said, it's a $5 million CDBG grant. The budget has been detailed to staff. It's what was submitted, and there really isn't money that's not already accounted for.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Abakoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked these questions in writing wanted to follow up. So my concern was, given the rising cost of these projects, what if the projects were not able to be completed as prices or costs continue to rise? I guess the first question I was trying to understand who actually owns the land, and second, if it's not the city, but the projects or not to be able to move forward, what happens to the land, and could the city have first right of refusal to acquire the land? And so I know I'm trying to understand the reimbursement piece, but my ultimate interest is that the city acquire the land.
Okay, so I'll remind you that the Home Key site, which is the Life Moves interim housing site, is owned by Life Moves, the organization. And so it was agreed to in the application that we, Life Moves, would acquire this second lot. So there's consistency across ownership between the two lots. Again, the CDBG money was only available to those initial Home Key grantees, and it is dependent, and it's meant to be complementary of that initial project. So the uses of this land have to be complementary to that interim housing site.
I understand that, but I guess my question is, if you're not able to complete the projects, what happens to the land? So I understand the tie and everything. But you would have to pay back the state.
We have received no compensation yet. So right now we own it, including paying interest on it for the last year.
Right, but so let's say you execute the agreement, but you end up not being able to fund the projects because costs have increased above $5 million. I mean, I guess ultimately the question is, what are you going to do? And then what happens to the land?
Please, Amy.
So we believe if cost continues to be a factor, that the scope for both projects would need to be scaled back significantly. And I believe that those are items we would have to take back to HCD for concurrence on.
So I see that the city manager has a comment. Is that current?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor, council members. I would just like to clarify that the city has been a very collaborative partner to Life Moves on this project, and there were legal implications with the HCD submission for this project and what the funding was supposed to be used for. So I just want to clarify that it has taken quite some time to get through the changes and the different implications to what is now needed for this project. So I just want to clarify that there is a reason why it's taken so long, and it is not because of the city.
So I guess going back to my interest, I'm fine to support the motion, but ultimately I'm concerned about what could happen at the end of the day should these projects not move forward because of funding issues. And my interest is that the city try to negotiate some of the acquisition of the land if it's possible. So I would ask if we could add that as a friendly amendment to your motion. Thank you.
And so one comment is that the funding agreement is between the state and the city. So we are part of the HCD standard agreement. What would happen if the project could not be completed to meet all of the state and federal requirements and meet the city requirements, but certainly regarding the state, is that most likely the city would be seeking to pay HCD back and then seek reimbursement from Life Moves. And in the situation with the parking, depending on where Life Moves might be, whether there's funding to reimburse the city, then there might need to be a discussion about whether the site becomes part of that, right?
Yes.
Right. Whether it's maybe taking title or selling for proceeds. But those will have to be discussions. The city and Life Moves funding agreement has not been executed yet either, because we have been taking some time to work with HCD to understand what are the requirements, what are the options and the possibilities, and to get information from Life Moves about the best way forward. So the city agreement with Life Moves is also still in process, not executed yet.
Thank you. So ultimately my interest is, I don't want the land to be sold off. I would rather acquire the land. So whatever needs to happen to put that as the end result of, should these projects follow through, that's what I would ask that we
And
include.
if I might, I'll just add that as of right now, all of the parking needs at the Life Moves interim housing site are being met on site. However, in 3 months, in 6 months, when there's a different set of clients on site, there could be a different need for parking. We simply don't know. But this is an incredibly opportune location. You may recall that when we initially stood up this site, there was a licensing agreement to provide parking at Shoreline, which was, while a generous offer from the city, a really inconvenient location for our clients and for staff to shuttle back and forth from. So it's really an opportune site. It's so proximate to the interim housing site, which is of course why it was applied to in this joint grant.
Thank you. Councilmember Abakoga, do you have more?
Just wanted to confirm with the motion maker. Well, I still need to make the motion. Oh, you still do? Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Matichak.
So I think I heard that the project could be scaled back even further.
So HCD has confirmed with city staff as well as Life Move staff that the project would be a reimbursable expense could be as few as 3 spots, actually as few as 2 spots on the lot.
So yeah, that was in the staff report, but
Right.
tonight it sounded like you were saying it could be scaled back even further because costs keep on rising. So the amount of solar and 2 to 3 spots is as small as this project is going to get? Is that true?
I mean, we would need to put it out to bid to be able to answer that question.
Okay.
Just one comment.
But
regarding the parking, based on HCD feedback, they did indicate that there would need to be at least a minimum of 2 to 3 parking spaces. So that portion, based on HCD comment, does not appear to be able to be reduced further, but potentially the solar.
Okay, thank you. So I also have an interest in the city acquiring the property. I feel like never miss an opportunity to do that. And if this is one, I'm interested in doing that. So thanks for adding that. Thank you.
Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. My questions are for staff. Okay, so I just want to clarify. So what changed when this application went forward? This joint application went forward. The 2 items were included for the solar as well as providing the parking. We knew it was $5 million. Is there, can you walk staff through that? The staff report doesn't technically say what actually changed, so I think it'd be helpful for all of us to hear.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in the application, it noted that the parking site would be acquired and then improved to benefit up to 45 households at the interim housing site. And then with remaining funding, determine the scale and scope of the solar. So that was what was worked on in the application jointly with Life Moves and city staff and submitted and approved as such by HCD. Towards the end of last year and into this year, Life Move staff let us know that costs have been increasing. They are committed to completing both projects. It would like to complete the solar piece first, but are still committed to working on both projects. But definitely the cost of both the solar and other costs have led to that, I think, determination by Life Moves and staff. So we've been working with staff at Life Moves and HCD to figure out how that could move forward. So that's some of the background information, and happy to provide more detail.
Is there an estimate on how much of an increase we're talking about?
I can have Life Moves also comment, but they've received 2 bids on the solar. The initial estimate was approximately $1 million, and 2 of the bids were 1.6 and about 2.1 million. Then the parking site has not been bid out yet, but it's estimated that that could have increased costs as well.
Do you have an estimate on how much? So the CDBG grant was $5 million.
Correct.
The acquisition of the parking lot was 3.25, is that right?
Yep.
So we're talking about 8.25 already allocated. So in addition to the 8.25 that was already allocated, how much are we talking about will be the increase for both the solar and the parking?
So the initial cost for solar was estimated to be, I believe, around I think it was 925,000. And right now, the lowest numbers that we're seeing are right around 1.5. And that's not even allowing us to move forward with the original size system that was identified with the original budget estimate.
Okay.
So it's the lowest numbers that we're seeing right now are right around 1.5, and that's even on a scaled back system than what was originally called out in the budget.
What was the original budget estimation?
It was, I believe,
It was just under $1 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So roughly, we're talking about an increase of $500,000, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's just for that element. And then for the parking, you have no estimate to share with council at this time?
Correct.
I see. So we're talking about $500,000? Okay, yeah. So instead of 5.5, you need 5 million, you need 5.5?
So we're estimating now that it's approximately 6 million.
Okay, so
from the original project.
So you're $1 million short.
Correct.
Okay, great. You know, math is not my subject, but I think it's important for us, if we're talking about this, it's not in theoretical numbers. We need to know true estimates, and if we're,
and if you have a more specific question, I believe our CFO, Paul Simpson, is on. If the city clerk can check, I believe he's on the Zoom if you have a specific question about numbers.
Right, yes. Can I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm going to finish my question.
Please.
So I think from what it also sounds, and I look to city staff, it sounds like Life Move is prioritizing the solar versus the parking. And it sounds like that is a prioritization from a Life Move's interest. And I understand that could benefit the residents, but perhaps you could share with council how that determination was made, the solar versus the parking. And though the parking that we did help provide, the shuttle service, may have been inconvenient, it was something that we've received feedback that residents need and that residents in that area appreciate them having. So can you please share the thought process on why the solar versus the parking, and that there was no estimate done on what the parking would cost, just so council can understand?
Yeah, so I believe that Paul Simpson, what I was mentioning earlier, Paul Simpson, our CFO, could mention costs around parking. So I just do want to clarify, the reason why solar was a priority, just as Vice Mayor Showalter was mentioning in her comments earlier, sustainability, environmentalism, reducing our carbon footprint is a priority, of course, for the city of Mountain View, for Life Moves, for all of our residents. So when we looked at our increased operating costs over time, this was a way to both be sustainable in terms of fiscal responsibility, as well as sustainable in terms of thinking about our energy and our impact. So that, and we saw in this CDBG money that was a reimbursable expense, and so that was really what had sort of brought us to the table around this potential funding. And the reason why...
So it was at the interest of Life Moves reimbursement. So Life Moves wants the reimbursement from the city for the purchase and the reimbursement from the grant for the solar.
It's also the trend in interim housing right now to build solar in our newer sites that we've stood up more recently. Solar has been part of the project from the beginning. obviously this site was created and crafted in partnership with the City of Mountain View, which we are grateful for. And in the spirit of that partnership, we moved very quickly based on a high level of need. And so solar was not in the initial scoping of this project. And so, I think we'd always hoped that it would be. And so, putting it in now with this available funding was a priority. And like I said, our parking needs are being met right now. We don't know what the future will look like, but because the parking needs are being met right now, and we know there's going to be an increased demand in energy, that is why we are prioritizing solar.
Councilmember Kane, I want to point out that Paul Simpson, who's the CFO of Life Moves, is also available.
Sure. Yep, those are my questions. Yep, great, thank you.
Paul, did you have additional comments on those questions or other preceding questions?
Yes. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and I will see if I can connect video. Apologies, I was not able to make it in person today. If you give me 1 second, I will try and.
So I'm not sure about the video. You can just speak. We can hear you perfectly well. Our virtual commenters don't appear on video. Oh, okay. But you do. Okay.
I'm here. Hello. So I just want to add a few points of clarification. I tried to write down the questions as they were coming in, so I think I'll have them captured here. But if I don't answer something, feel free to ask the question again. So a few things here. With respect, I'll take it in reverse order. With respect to the parking, the goal here of this CDBG award when we set out to apply was always to address two things: to make sure that we had enough parking for our clients, as well as to reduce our operating costs with respect to energy costs, which we saw and we knew would escalate over time. Even when this project was being conceived, that was always a part of it. Predating myself, but for those of you that have been on the council for a while, if you remember, when we originally set out to build a home key site, the original estimates was $9 million. I think it ended up being around a little over $17 million, of which Life Moves fronted the difference or paid the difference in that project to complete that project from the overall home key award, which I believe netted out. It was two different awards that netted out at $12 million. So Life Moves did put in the additional funds and does own the site, as Sarah, my colleague, mentioned there. When we applied for this award was really meant to be, it's not meant to cover the entire cost. It was meant to basically be used for eligible expenses, regardless of what the overall costs were. When we endeavored to do it, we thought that cost would fit into the $5 million. The land acquisition, what it would be to turn it into a parking lot, as well as the solar cost. As you all have heard, and we went out to competitive bidding, we had an original estimate at the time that was done in 2021. And as you all know, costs have gone up significantly since then. We've done competitive bidding on the solar project twice. And as you heard, the cost will be for solar, depending on the size of solar and battery backup, somewhere around that $1.5 million to $2 million, depending on where we ultimately scope the project out. At this point in time, that and with the 3 required spots of striping that we need to do, Life Moves is prepared to complete that project. So there is no doubt, and there is no lack of commitment from Life Moves to add solar to the site, as well as complete the 3 required spots required by HCD that has been verified by both the city's legal and our legal with ACD on a call. That's what's required there. It is accurate to say that the award is awarded to the city, but always with the intent that the city would then reimburse Life Moves for all eligible expenses consistent with the award. And we went ahead and made the purchase of the property to do that. I will echo Sarah's comment in saying that the site has, for as much time as the site has been open, our current clients' needs are being met by the parking that's at the site and parking that is close by. There is a lot of other cars on the streets there that are RVs, but the RVs there are not clients of this site. The restrictions of the award, and there is a use restriction on the deed of this property. The use restriction for these CDBG funds is to be used for the same home key project, or these funds can be used in support of the same home key project. Using the acquired property for a safe parking site would not be considered a safe project. It would not be an eligible use of this property at this time. But I do want to make it clear that Life Moves has always planned and is prepared to put solar on the site and do what's necessary to meet the minimum requirements for the HCD award. But for the CDBG award. But the CDBG award was never meant to be an award that covers all of your costs. It was award up to amount for eligible expenses. So I'll stop there and see if there's some questions. And if I didn't answer some of the questions that came up earlier, please let me know.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Matichak, do you have additional questions?
I do. I appreciate the questions that Councilmember Kamei was asking. And one of the questions that was sent in by someone was, if the solar panel project is constructed, how much in electricity costs will Life Move save annually? Appreciated the question. The answer that it says was provided by Life Moves is a significant cost savings and environmental benefits. And since we have the CFO here, I was thinking perhaps you could quantify that for us.
Sure, happy to do so. We provided this earlier, but give me 1 second. I'll pull up the specific answer. 1 second here. I'll get you, I'm going to refer to what our average monthly cost is for electricity in the last 12 months. So 1 second, please.
So we do have information on the average monthly cost, but I was looking for what's the cost savings from that.
So that will depend ultimately on how much solar, with preferably a battery backup, that we are able to put into the project. So the goal here, and that would still be negotiated with a couple of the vendors that submitted bids. But I mean, I think we can get pretty close to a point where it gets down to close to nothing, particularly if we're able to get a battery backup system on site. The goal here would be to only draw energy at the times that have the least fee, if possible. So we'll build out as much as we can, regardless of how much we can build out. There will be significant savings in the operating costs because of that, as well as allow us to provide an environment that's least disruptive to our clients. As you all know, sometimes in the summer there's blackouts because of power. And from our perspective, that only serves to re-traumatize clients at that point in time, and put them in an environment where they need access to internet and information and their supportive services, and to be in a situation where we can ensure that always happens, regardless of what's happening in the event of a blackout, and things like that is something that's important to us and factors into the consideration here.
So thank you.
Thank you.
It's from, you said it would be down to possibly nothing from what figure at this point? Do we have the figure at this point?
In the answers, it's $4,000 to $4,800 per month.
4,800.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's been growing. That's the last 12 months. Energy costs have continued to go up. And as my colleague mentioned earlier, as we've been able to also increase our IT infrastructure and bandwidth on site, our clients are actually using and have access to more devices. And therefore, since there's no gas on the site at all, everything on the site runs on electricity, that will only continue to rise.
Thank you. Do we have additional questions from council members? Councilmember Ramirez, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the questions and contributions from my colleagues. I'm ready to make a motion, and I will seek staff's assistance with the additions. But the base is to approve the staff recommendation, including adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending City of Mountain View Resolution number 18596, which approved an application for funding and the execution of a grant agreement from the 2020 Community Development Block Grant Program, Coronavirus Response, and or the 2020 to 2021 funding year of the state CDBG program to provide flexibility in the allocation of the grant funds between the two activities approved for funding by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and to provide direction to staff, and this is where I'll need your assistance. So in the event, as part of the funding agreement, that we include a provision that would require Life Moves to transfer title of the site to the city in the event, I suppose, that we wouldn't be able to secure the grant, something along those lines. So please help me with that. And then two, to provide staff direction to explore or negotiate with Life Moves in the event the parking project is not completed, based on the proposal that was shared with the council when we first applied, that the vacant portion of the property, 1950 Leghorn, would be used for safe parking or for some other use as deemed appropriate by staff.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you accept those friendly amendments?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and we can now vote. Passes unanimously. So we now move on to item 4.14 on the consent calendar, which is the Magical Bridge All-Inclusive Playground and Ranksdorf Park Maintenance and Tennis Building Replacement. Do we have any public comments on this item? If you're in person, come up to the podium, or virtual, please raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, seeing no public comments, Councilmember Abe-Koga, this is the one that you pulled?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So my question, and I did submit it, but just wanted to confirm, there's a shortfall of approximately $700,000 that was not raised by the foundation, and so is that being covered by our city's park in lieu fees? I think I stated it in a assumption, not a question. So just wanted to confirm that, number one.
Good evening. Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. Yes, that is correct that we are requesting parkland funding to cover all the remaining costs, and that it does include the $700,000 that has not been raised through the fundraising target.
Okay, thank you. So in regards to the fundraising target and the agreement, what was in the agreement? Was there a clause, any kind of clause that stated should the fundraising goal not be reached, XYZ would happen?
I'm going to request Community Services Director Marchant to help respond.
Excuse me, this is David Printy with Public Works, Principal Project Manager. Yes, the agreement has several milestone payments in it that are paid upon completion of certain tasks, one of which is achievement of the community donation funding level. Mm-hmm. And so that payment would ostensibly be withheld if those community donations were not received by the city.
So then, in light of the fact that it looks like maybe 60% of the goal was reached, what is the rationale for paying the entire $50,000 amount rather than proportional to what was raised?
Again, David Printy with Public Works. So community donations have been continued to trickle in and will continue to. And Magico Bridge has ongoing fundraising efforts, including issuing of through their website and issuing of postcards with the project and links. So they are continuing to fundraise, and so staff is not implying that they are not continuing to attempt to raise the money. It's just very likely that as we get closer to construction, there will certainly be more interest and activity on that front. The question is, after the staff recommendation is a year after the project has been opened, that we would relieve them of the requirement to collect more funds, because at that point it is very likely that the donations would have tapered off significantly.
So if I may add on to more directly respond to your question also, as I understand it, in staff discussions with Magical Bridge in terms of their continuing to do outreach, continue to raise funds, the expenses they're incurring related to that, they did request of the city that we go ahead and release the $50,000 progress payment while they continue, as recommended in the staff report. We amend the agreement that they will continue to really pursue various fundraising options through construction of the project until up to, I think it's 1 year after the project opening. So it's more, related to recognizing the efforts that they have taken.
Okay, thank you. So in addition, if I read this correctly, in addition, is it that they're taking an 8% cut of the funds raised? And so that, I did the math. Correct. So it would be, if they raised the full 1.99, it would be about $160,000?
That is correct.
Okay, so, and then what is the $50,000 for? Then I guess I forgot to ask that. If they're already taking overhead cost or administrative fee of 8%, what is the extra 50 for?
Good evening, John Marchant, Community Services Director. In discussions with Magical Bridge, number one, they requested the city to take into consideration the large amount of effort that they worked with various organizations, and they felt that they contributed significantly toward the landings project and the public benefits that came thereof, which in turn was a public benefit project that brought in additional funds to this project as well. The $50,000 was basically for their services of outreach, the cost that they expend to go out in the community and have those conversations and do their community outreach.
So yeah, to clarify, while they did help conversations with Google and help promote support for Google offering community benefit funds for landings towards the project, it was received as community benefits by the city. They did not get 8% of that $900,000 because it came directly to the city. The original agreement the city entered into was basically a twofold agreement for how they would be compensated and address their, the costs that they're incurring in doing the fundraising, which was a combination of the 8% of the funds they did raise combined with a couple lump sum payments from the city, this $50,000.
So then out of the 1.2 approximately raised, am I hearing correctly that 900,000 of that was from the landings project? No. Okay. So
no, we did not credit them the 900,000 towards their fundraising goal.
Okay.
Although they did participate in those discussions and help generate support for it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Comments. My concern really is that we are covering the shortage with parkland, park and lieu fees, And in light of all of the conversations we've had recently about the need for more parkland, $700,000 to me is quite a large sum for the city to subsidize. And so, as much as I appreciate the efforts that have been made, I just don't feel comfortable providing the full $50,000 when the job, frankly, in my mind, has not been completed, and that we, the city, are having to use parkland funds to cover that cost. I understand timing-wise, I'm fine doing this, but I don't think that we should just forgive the amount, and I'd like to see at least to completion the funds raised to completion to be willing to pay the entire amount. So my motion was going to be that we pay the proportional amount, the amount raised, so about 60%. So that's about $30,000, I believe, give or take. And then upon completion of the full funds raised, we would pay the balance. Thank you. That's my motion. Thanks.
So are you making the motion?
If you're ready to go, I'll make that motion. Thanks.
So I agree with that sentiment and will be supporting the motion. Councilmember Matichak.
So I agree. $700,000 of park funds is kind of tough to allocate to this project, although I do support the project. I am disappointed in the amount of fundraising that they've been able to accomplish. And I guess I had a question about the motion. I believe in the original staff recommendation, it said that they would continue to fundraise until 1 year after project completion, and they would get the balance at that time. So are you removing that sort of deadline? And if they, only raise a little bit more, we're letting them off the hook? Or are we just saying, no, you keep on fundraising until you've raised your initial commitment?
I'm fine to keep the time limit in there, but I guess I would change the motion then to say that at that time, 1 year after, we would revisit what's been raised and then decide at that point how much to pay in the balance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cameron?
Thank you. I think staff would appreciate a little clarification. I was even asked by City Clerk to also talk a little bit about being certain what it is that's being recommended here. So recommendation number 7 under this item was worded to authorize city manager designee to amend the agreement with Magical Bridge. And you'll note that subsection A was to reduce the community donations initial target, and that was done to trigger the payout of the $50,000. So if I'm understanding correctly, what you're suggesting, maybe could have change that to, we're going to amend the contract, the agreement that rather than reducing their target, we don't reduce their target, it'd be that is council willing to support giving them a proportional payment now for the money that they've raised out of the $50,000? And we continue with B, which is continue their fundraising up until at least a year after project completion, and we will pay them additional proportion amounts based upon the additional fundraising that they do succeed. And if they hit the original target of 1.9 million, and the full list, they would get the full 50,000, but if they never quite reach that full target, they would just get in proportion to the 50,000. And this needs an end point, so we would, as staff, still suggest that this would end 1 year after project completion, because it's unlikely they would be able to raise any more funds after that.
Yes, so that is almost correct.
Okay.
The only difference is that My motion was to say that after, should the amount not be reached, but at the 1 year point after the park is open, we would revisit the amount to be paid out.
Thank you for the clarification. So pay proportional now based upon how much they've done out of the 50,000, and come back to council 1 year after project completion to report out on how much more they've raised, and at that time council can make a determination of a proportional payment or pay the rest of the 50,000.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor, you have additional comments?
I just have an additional question. I just want to make sure that this is really all financial covering, and it has nothing to do with the construction of this project this summer.
If the council approves recommendations 1 through 6, the city will award the construction contract and the project will be constructed. You are correct. The changes to item number 7 will not affect us proceeding with construction.
Thank you. That's very important to me.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Abe-Koga and a second by Councilmember Ramirez, and now we can vote. Passes unanimously, so we're done with the consent calendar. And we now move on to item 5 of item 5 on our agenda, which is oral communications from the public. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you'd like to speak on this item in person or the next item, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide a comment? I see Stephen Goldstein. Stephen.
Thank you for your time. I've been having some very interesting situations regarding my current living situation. My building was sold on May 10th to a group which assigned management responsibilities to a company called Center LLC, 11 LLC. And in 35 days, we were just informed that that management and operational division was just handed over to a new group called Zell Associates. Now, what's going on is this. I've been observing the fact that a washer and dryer has been being installed in one of the units of the apartment. But from what I've checked out regarding the city building environment, there's no building permit for it. And there's no record of any licensed electrician, plumber, or sewage person doing the work. And another thing is that in most circumstances, I believe even here in California, when you're dealing with this kind of situation, you're supposed to have basically a spillover drain in the room for which you have some kind of equipment like this. So if the devices fail and they start flooding, there's a way that the water can be discharged out of the room. And so far, I've not heard or seen any sign of that being installed. But I've also discovered that the current washer and dryer and hot water tank that's in our building is in a room that does seem to have a drain grid in the floor, but it turns out it's not a drain. It's actually plugged up. There is no drain in that building at all for that environment. And not only that, but there are cracks permeating throughout the entire area of that environment. And I've been saying over and over again that someone needs to do something regarding inspecting the integrity of this building. And I keep getting nothing but the runaround. I've been asking it politely for the past 3 years. And I think what's really going on here is, again, I discovered the fact that the building is not conforming with the land that's on. It's an R4 class building in an R31 zone. And that would mean that, if anything, it would make it technically illegal for it to operate as an apartment complex. And from what I'm seeing, and I've asked, again, the city multiple times, where is at least the contingency approval for operations? And there doesn't seem to be one. And so I'm just saying at this point in time, we're having musical chairs regarding the operations of this building, and every time I write a letter to the management, I think what I'm going to discover is that they're going to keep on dropping one operation and bringing in another to just keep me from ever getting any repair work done on my structure and my unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in person? Seeing none, if you are with us virtually and want to speak, please raise your hand now. And I don't see any virtual speakers. So we'll now move on to new business. Our first item of new business is 6.1, the Public Safety Building, Project 2049 Site and Architectural Conceptual Plan. Principal Project Manager David Printy will present the item. David?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. My name is David Printy. I'm Principal Project Manager with Public Works. I have with me Assistant Public Works Director Ed Arango, as well as Naveen Govind, Senior Project Manager for Public Works, as well as Public Safety Chiefs Michael Canfield and Juan Diaz in the audience for any questions. And from the design team, we have Principal Nathan Herrero and his team from SVA Architects. And of course, as an architect myself, I'm very excited and pleased to be introducing another new building project to the City of Mountain View, and I look forward to your questions and comments. So a little background. Back in October of 2021, City Council selected a new building on 1000 Villa to be the home of the new Police and Fire Administration facility. In September of 2022, Council approved this site layout of as the preferred option for development of the site and directed staff to proceed with conceptual design. Here we have the existing site at 1000 Villa. It's 4.3 acres, and it currently houses the Police and Fire Administration building. It is north in this site is to your right. We have Shoreline at the top of the screen, West Evelyn to the right, Franklin, Villa, and Oak Street surrounding the rest of the site. The design team has taken the site and revised the site layout and developed it rather in accordance with the council approved layout to include the new building parking elements to meet the public safety operational requirements. The general organizing principle of the site is to have the public areas off of Villa and Franklin and Oak Street, which is comprised of a public plaza, entry to the building, a auditorium, and of course public parking. The balance of the site is reserved for the secure areas for staff and operations. The design also includes a entry plaza that creates a usable public outdoor space as well as a grand entry for the lobby into the main atrium. The balance of the design is welcoming security with built-in elements and seating pods. This breaks the typical cadence of the streetscape and creates a clear entry point for the facility. There is area remaining for outdoor gatherings and press conferences. Quickly go through the floor plan. This is the design of the new building, which has the public elements. In this plan, north is to the top of the screen, and Villa is to the bottom, and Franklin to the right. The entry lobby is at the lower part of the screen. I should probably use my mouse. You can see that. And the public auditorium is at the top. The balance of the building is comprised of various areas for field operations, evidence storage, and intake. As we go up to the upper level, the central atrium and circulation continues. The floors are organized around this central circulation spine and atrium, which provides ample natural lighting at each floor and includes breakout areas so that they become hubs of the building rather than just circulation. The third level has the Emergency Operations Center and the 911 dispatch, as well as the police and fire administration offices. So having completed the layout of the building, following the operational requirements of the two departments, the architects and designers then began to work on the architectural elements of this project. In doing so, they focused on several areas, including its civic mission to convey trust, responsibility, and permanence. And they evaluated the urban context by evaluating the existing urban and civic buildings in the area and looking to generate a complementary streetscape for the project. And as always, the building is striving to convey elements of sustainability, transparency, and service to the public. So next to the project, we have along Villa Street, to give some context, some single-family homes. And on the opposite side of the site, along Franklin, we have multi-story commercial property, as well as 3- and 4-story high-density residential. So as they developed the design, the architects looked at the various civic structures, including City Hall and the library, and evaluated using major and minor columns and opening ratios found in these facilities. They sought to reinterpret them into a more modern expression. Another goal of the design was also to visually reduce the overall massing of the building at the street level by increasing the level of transparency at each level. So when they transition from the first to second to third, they decrease the structural elements to achieve that. And on the right-hand side, you have the module they generated as they went to the design review board. And as they further enhanced the design with selection of materials and colors, they arrived at this design, which we're showing here to give a sense of scale. As you can see, these columns are fairly substantial, and they provide provide the facade some very strong linear design elements. So the facade module is used to create a rhythm of bays with varied expression in each floor using durable classic materials with accents at the vertical columns, stairwells, and roof eaves. The landscape, the modules and elements were further refined to include major texture columns and smoother, lighter minor T elements at the ground level. The landscape planting, shown here, and site elements were added to soften the public interface, provide needed water infiltration systems, as well as improve the security for the ground floor. So here we have a elevation looking from Villa, so looking north. We've removed the trees so that you can see the entire facade. Later views, you'll see it with the trees. But this allows you to see the patterning of the building and the ground level landscape elements. Here's a view looking from around the corner of Villa and Oak Street, where you can see the accent elements at the stairwell as well as the roof eaves. So go around towards, this is a view of the entry plaza and the 2-story lobby at the corner of Villa and Franklin. This is turning the corner. You can start to see, of course, the lobby again, and on the right-hand side, you have the auditorium, and above that, you have the open-air area outside of the EOC. And in this view, we have a bird's-eye view of the building where you can start to see the sustainability elements, including the solar arrays on the roof, as well as on the roof of the garage which sits behind the building. And lastly, we just have a study of the garage where we're showing that it has complementary elements to the building while not trying to compete with it. And we will be looking at metal infill panel options as we proceed through more detailed design. Upon approval of the conceptual design, the design team will proceed to begin final design and more detailed engineering, as well as environmental clearance of the building. We anticipate coming back to council in early 2024 with that item. So that concludes our presentation, and in closing, we'd like to request that council approve the recommended conceptual design or provide directions to modify the design. We look forward to hearing your comments and suggestions.
Thank you. So now it's time for council member questions. Do any council members have questions at this point? Or have you asked all your questions in written form? Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I do have a few more questions. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit more about the process that we used internally, especially when we get to this stage. You know, how many people were involved? How often did they see options? How many options were created? What did that look like?
Certainly, David Printy with Public Works. So along the way, we have our consultants directly providing we'll call progress designs with staff. And we share those internally until we reach a point that we feel that it's ready to be reviewed by police and fire, and we review the operational elements and make sure that they are met. And then at a certain level, we bring those, when we feel we reached a sufficient level of completeness, we bring it to, we share it with planning and take their input. And then eventually we bring that we schedule a public meeting with the Development Review Committee, which we did back in May. And we take several options to them and take their input. They were very supportive of the staff recommendation, which was at that time a version of what you're seeing here. After that, we took the plans to a public meeting, and again, introduced it to the public. It was an open house, and received comments and questions. And then we agendized it for this meeting.
So how many options were there?
Well, when you say how many options, there were many options that were presented to staff at a staff level that never were developed because I don't have a precise number because there have been many iterations. So
how about at the public meeting? How many options were there?
At the public meeting, there were two main options, two very, sort of divergent directions.
Do we have that other direction?
It was in I believe it was in attachment, I want to say it was in attachment 2 in the packet. It was in attachment 2. And I can give you the page. Page 4.
Okay, figure 6.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I did see that. Okay. I was wondering if it was ever discussed about, and I want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly, the number of entrances and exits from the parking structure. So it looks like you can enter the secure surface parking.
So I'm going to take the screen back to the site image.
Change mine to that.
Oop, there we go. So to access the secure parking, you're asking me to...
So there's two gated, there's one gated entry and one gated exit to the surface parking.
Correct.
And then to get to the parking structure, can you get to the parking structure from like where your cursor is?
Yes, you would go in, there's entry level here, entry point here from the staff parking area. This is a secure staff surface parking.
Mm-hmm.
And then this other gated entry is a secure delivery point both access for, there's another entry and exit there from the parking structure. There's actually a third, if you can see in the back of the lot near Evelyn, there's a third point there to exit at the ground level. You can see where my cursor is.
I do. So where your cursor is, can you get out to Evelyn or go down to Franklin?
So not in this design at this time. Evelyn, of course, as you may know, is scheduled to have, this is going to be an on-ramp. So that will be an elevated on-ramp. And I don't know precisely where it, the abutment ends and you could actually go under it, but there's no public way out under Shoreline.
Okay, so if, say there's an emergency and a lot of vehicles have to leave at the same time, right. They all have to go out on Oak Street.
Yes, we do. We have looked and been in discussion with transportation about providing an emergency access potentially out under, but that would be only for emergencies, not for regular use. And that hasn't been, the final design for the Evelyn on-ramp is still ongoing, so we're in discussion with them about that.
Is it physically possible to go out and go right, and we have a driveway along Evelyn, but on this property in the blue area?
You're referring to behind the parking lot? Behind the
Go
parking
straight
lot?
Down.
Down.
Yep. Out into Franklin.
That could be looked at. I mean, it would impact the, we've stated in prior council meetings, it was a request to leave this site at the corner there available for redevelopment. So I believe what's going on at the Evelyn on-ramp at this point, you would have to come all the way down to Franklin to exit out of the site parking lot there. There wouldn't be a way out onto the Evelyn right-of-way until you reach all the way to Franklin.
Okay. Let's see. And the path that says staff entry from the building to the secure parking structure, is that the gray area right there? Yep.
Right here. So this is a walkway. So there's what's shown diagrammatically. It could be a covered trellis or structured walkway. So staff would exit they would park either surface or go from the building to the secure parking to get into their patrol vehicles. There are also elements in this building for storage of equipment and materials that they would then transfer to their cars. So there's an efficiency in that layout. So that's been done in consultation with.
Is there anything about that gray sidewalk area that's secure?
So if I go back, let's see if I go back a slide there. So yes, it's part of the secure area. So that's all fenced in. So the public access, there's no public access beyond. I mean, technically they're not supposed to walk on the landscaping. So it would be a secure area where the staff entry is.
And what does that look like? You said a fence?
It could be fencing. I mean, it's certainly something we're developing. It's most likely some sort of fencing element. Wouldn't necessarily be a solid wall, but we haven't determined the exact nature of that process. Part of it is the building, of course, and then the structure of the parking structure itself.
Okay.
If I may, Ed Arango, Assistant Public Works Director. So as part of the development of the design, we would take advantage of the landscaping feature. So it would be a secure fence, but we would want to soften the edges with that, so that way as entrances to the public surface lot, they would see landscaping, they wouldn't see fence. So we would want to make sure that we developed that as part of the landscape design, incorporated with the site design.
Okay. And then I didn't see this in the documents, but I did send in a question about this just as an example. But is there a list that shows the current square footage for each of the different units and then the proposed square footage for each? Because I sent in the question about the auditorium, and it looks like the auditorium is actually slightly smaller. Just a little bit smaller in the proposed building than the current building. And so it made me wonder about other areas, if there's a list somewhere that shows the current square footage and then the proposed square footage.
We could certainly provide that. We have the program which lists the requested square footage or the target square footage for this project, which was I think around 66,000 square feet, and the building as currently designed is about 68,000 square feet. So in terms of overall requirements of each of the uses for the building that were established at the beginning of the project have been met. As you mentioned, the auditorium, that's the current configuration is about 1,600 square feet, but that is a larger room and a much smaller 400 square foot room that is not as efficient as the one we are providing in this design. So we feel that the design that we're providing is a more efficient layout and will be more easily divided into 2 equal rooms that can be used simultaneously.
So maybe a question is, are there any other areas where the proposed square footage is smaller than the existing?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you. That's it for now.
Councilmember Abacoka.
Thank you, Mayor. I was looking at the written questions, and it has to do with question 7 about the size and the increase or the accommodations for an increase of 30% above 23, 24 personnel levels, and then after 2027, another 20%. Is that so?
They're not cumulative numbers. So at the point in time they move in 2027 or they're around, they will have an additional 20% growth. So they'll, presuming they're at the size that we noted in our response.
I'm sorry, can you explain that again?
So the 30% number is from the point from today's or July 1st, the approved staffing plan.
Okay.
Right, and to 2027, they can grow. There's a 30% growth for the building.
So, sorry, I'm having a really hard time.
I apologize if I'm not explaining it clearly enough.
I can't remember. Let's just take, what's the note? 152 personnel currently. Is that right?
As of July 1st.
Of 23, 24.
Correct.
Okay. So that is the 30%. Oh,
The max capacity of the building is 190. I think it's 198 listed in the program.
Yes. All right.
So that's the upper level of the capacity.
So then what is the 20% in 2027 referring?
Thank you for your question. Again, Ed Arango, Assistant Public Works Director. We apologize for the confusion. We were trying to identify that the site study, the site planning for the building identified a 20% growth.
Okay.
And what we're planning for the building is we can accommodate up to 30% of growth.
Okay, great. So my question or concern, I'll try to phrase it in a question, is this building, current building, has lasted us 43 years. Did we look at what the expected growth is in 40 years from now? And are we able to accommodate that in this building? Or at least with the remnant property, the parcel, have we considered how we're going to expand if we need to 20, 30 years down the road?
Right. Thank you for that question. The space planning assessment was done through 2030. The remnant parcel's future use has not been established, so that's a decision we would pose to council at a later date.
Okay, so for today, then we don't need to discuss that. It'll be after the building will come back to deciding what to do with the remnant piece. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Great, thank you.
So I'll just ask a follow-up question on that. Has there been any talk of additional, past 2030, additional sites, because we will be expanding in the North Bay Shore area, absorbing any additional, is that something that's on the horizon as well? Any additional personnel? Ms. Cameron?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Mayor. So you may recall that one of the plans we have for the North Bay Shore area is to set up a police operations station that can hold as many as 10 officers. So this is part of supporting some of the growth that would be happening in North Bay Shore, providing a separate station for some of the growth. After that, though, I would have to go back to the project team in terms of we scoped out to 2030, which would have been consistent with the general plan and would have assumed a certain amount of growth in the city for the general plan in looking at the future public safety personnel needs. But the point being, for North Bay Shore at least, we also were pursuing that second the option for an operations station that can also house personnel.
So some, but not many.
It wouldn't. It'd be more like a patrol group. The administrative support would still occur at the main public safety building.
Thank you. Are there additional questions? So now, would any members of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the item? You can, if you want to, if you're here in person and you want to speak, please submit a blue speaker card. And if you're here virtually, please raise your hand. So I see no in-person speakers at this point, but virtually, I see Tim McKenzie. Tim?
Hi, all. Tim McKenzie, he, him pronouns. Sorry I can't join in the Meet World today. I hope that the rest of the meeting goes well. Thanks for all the work you guys are doing. I just want to bring up something that I brought up at the most recent Public Safety Advisory Board meeting that feels like that it really has a lot of connection with this discussion about this public safety building that's being built. I just had a real trouble understanding or justifying the juxtaposition between the recent report from Mountain View Police Department that they gave the annual report to PSAB, which had some excellent information. Like, mercifully, there have been very few, if any, uses of force from the department. And understanding the juxtaposition of that with the military use equipment that is yearly reported, and seeing the resources we invest as a municipality into these things that we use so infrequently, and comparing that with the lack of investment into things like mental health resources, where we see a huge uptick in the sorts of things that we're dealing with. I had difficulty sort of understanding that juxtaposition myself. I brought it up at the recent PSAB meeting, and given that we're discussing the public safety building, I wanted to bring that up here as well, and hope that as we're looking for this public safety building, it does look like there's maybe some flexibility, and that we don't have to have the idea of public safety meaning people in uniforms with guns, but instead looking at what our community really needs and providing infrastructure to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, I don't see any additional public speakers, either virtual or in person. So we'll take this item back for council comment. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I guess I would say I do have concerns about the direction we are headed. I do want to make sure that we are planning for the long term. You know, I don't want to have a building that short while from now we'll be saying, darn, I wish we would have done something differently. This is a significant investment, and I think it warrants very careful planning and consideration. And having heard the question about basically what year are we planning for, it needs to be more than 2030. It does need to, you know, who knows when we will have the opportunity to redo this building, certainly not in my lifetime. But, you know, let's make sure we're really planning for the future here and not be penny wise and pound foolish. I don't know where the request came to save the remnant. I heard some council members saying, you know, different things about the use of it, of that property. I know I said I think we should use it for city employees because we know we are going to increase the number of city employees that we have. And it might be a separate building for a different function, but gosh, what a great place to add more capacity for city employees. And while I supported the site layout, I will say with additional information, I'm having second thoughts about it. And specifically, I think we could use the remnant area for areas that I wasn't aware of were going to be incorporated into the main building. So I wasn't aware that we were going to have sleeping quarters in the main building. And then when I looked at that, I thought, you know, some other functions might be in the, like in a second building on the remnant space, so that we do have more capacity in the main building for growth. That's kind of what I would like to see. And I get that that's a change from what I originally said, but I feel like I have more information now. And I wish I had had that information a long time ago and could have provided that direction. In terms of the architecture, this would not be my preference for what the building would look like. I would prefer it looked more like City Hall or the library. And to me, it looks like an office building. And I want people, especially people who might be having an emergency situation, to immediately recognize that this is the police department and they can run in and be safe. I read the things, the criteria or the description of what we wanted to convey, and that was trust, responsibility, and a sense of permanence. And I would say that City Hall and Library convey that, and that's why I say I would like to see something that's closer to what we already have. I'm glad to know that the auditorium is, I happened to pick the one that looked like it was smaller. So I'm happy to hear that that's the only one. But again, I feel like I would like to provide more room for expansion in that building and maybe move some functions to a second building on the site. I also want us to include a second exit from the parking structure. And, you know, I would say, you know, my gut feeling is I'd go out to Franklin. That is probably an easier route than going to Evelyn, given the changes that we're planning to that street. I think it's important that we have a second exit. You just never know what's going to happen, and I don't want a bottleneck getting out of the building. So I guess, you know, tonight I don't feel like I'm in a position to support the staff recommendation, so I actually would have an alternative motion, but I would want to give my colleagues the opportunity to provide input before I craft that. Thanks.
Vice Mayor?
Okay, I'd like to build on that. I do think that we want to plan for the long term. Maybe we want this to have another floor, so that there would be more expansion space while we're doing it. I mean, this is a huge undertaking. We're going to have to go out for a tax measure. We don't want to under design it. That said, I can't say that I gave it as much thought as my colleague, Councilmember Matchek, and I'm glad that you did give it all that thought, because I think you're right about additional exits from the parking structure. I can imagine emergency situations where that might matter. And this is an emergency building. That's a really big deal. And I think from my point of view, that's why we're doing this, is because it doesn't meet seismic standards. That said, I just kind of had to laugh when I looked at the design. I mean, I didn't, everybody, I've mentioned before, I'm a civil engineer, and I had to take the PE test, and I had to learn a little bit about seismic engineering, just enough to be dangerous, right? So I could do that one problem on the test. And I remember there were these pictures of buildings that looked like they would fall down in an earthquake. And this was like, that's what these look like to me. I mean, it looks to me like this structure could just go, topple. And I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure that but anyway, I didn't like that. That was my first feeling, that it wasn't stable. So, and then I thought about, well, why do I feel that way? And I think the reason I feel that way is there's too much glass. And as my colleague, Councilmember Matachek said, I think making it look a little more like City Hall would be better. I do feel like, if I think of myself as a worker in that office where there's literally a wall of glass, I would find that kind of uncomfortable. And I don't want to create a work situation that is uncomfortable. So, on the one hand, we want the building there to be a lot of natural light, because we know that creates, much better feelings. But at the same time, we don't want people to feel like they're sort of being watched, or they could conceivably be watched from anybody walking by. So I'm a little concerned about that. I looked at but generally I looked at the site layout, and I thought that was that was reasonably well thought of and a good use of the land. And it did seem to meet the criteria that we had asked for previously, to have to have the safety building there, which and meet the needs of the safety building, and also to have it configured so that there's another part of the land that we could put to another use. And I think you've done a really good job with that. So I really appreciate that. So anyway, my feeling is mostly that I'm not happy with the look of the design. I like the suggestion of it looking a little more like City Hall or the library, but I also would like it to just be a little less fishbowl-like looking. Thank you.
Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with my colleagues who've already spoken. I appreciate the hard work. This project is at least 10 years or maybe longer in the making, so I'm just happy. 20 years in the making. So, and I've seen various parts of this over my 15 years on the council. So it's great to actually see some renderings. But I am concerned, as my colleagues have mentioned, about the size and planning for a future of 40 to 50 years. I totally understand, like, again, 15 years ago, or when we did the general plan update, back then we were looking at 2030, but that horizon was almost 20 years. Now we're 7 years away from 2030. So I just feel like obviously the time is short and we need to look beyond that, especially as we have approved the North Bay Shore Precise Plan and we have a sense of our growth there. Even though it's concentrated there, I imagine that their operations, some of that growth will need to happen within headquarters as well. So that is my concern. I also know and remember that, that costs, as we've talked about earlier today, costs increase. And so I would much rather, plan and build now something that can grow over time. I recall when we did Fire Station number 5, the original plan was to have that police substation and dormitories in there. And it was a $10 million cost. And then I can't remember, it probably was because of the recession, but we cut the police substation piece out to bring the cost down to $6 million. But I think it was on consent this evening to add back that it's $2 million. It's only $2 million more, but it's still more money. So I would rather go ahead and plan now for, the future, 20, 30, 40 years, not 7 years out. So I would ask that we look at that horizon. I too am not really excited about the design. I understand how maybe the attempt was to match it with what else is in the neighborhood, but I was actually thinking more similarly, looking at City Hall, the library. I know aesthetics is subjective, but I actually really like the it's not that new anymore, but the police station in my hometown of San Mateo. It's a very majestic building. And so I was hoping for something more like that look, and I think it would match City Hall better. So that would be my preference, is to look at a different design. But my main concern is the ability to expand as we need. And so, adding a story is one way to do it. I was just thinking though, like if we are limited in costs right now or funds, the way to expand would be to maintain that remnant piece for future use of expansion. I would be I would be comfortable today saying let's hold on to that and not look at how to use it in other ways, but to keep it as city property that the city can use for our own city operations. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, have you spoken? Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I've been thinking about this a little bit differently, but before I provide remarks, a question of staff. I'm presuming that there has been substantial input provided by representatives from public safety. Is that right? In the design and layout?
Correct.
Okay. And then I don't want to put you on the spot, but for both the fire chief and police chief, can you share with us any compromises that you might have had or that you've made in order to provide us a design that I'm, again, presuming is intended to be financially feasible, right? So if there are things that you could, your input is valuable to us. If there are things that, you would have liked to have seen or changes that you would like to make for the design or layout, what would some of those things be?
Good evening, Juan Diaz, Fire Chief. Thank you for your question. For the fire department, actually, Public Works team has been very collaborative, worked really close with us. As you may know, the Fire Environmental Protection Division, which is on this floor of this building, will be moving into our building. And my staff has worked very closely with Mr. Printy and his team in terms of what we need for the future of the fire department. So, and I get it that it was only up to the year 2030, but I honestly have to say that everything that the fire department asked for, we received. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the police chief?
Thank you. Mike Canfield, new police chief. We have similarly worked collaboratively with city staff on the project and on the design. There are areas of balance, certainly with a public safety building, a secure building, but also a welcoming feel. So we have, worked hand in hand to try to meet that balance. An area of compromise, something that we might be interested in revisiting would be a shooting range for our officers to qualify and maintain their proficiency. Likely on top of the parking garage was one avenue that we had examined. There's just logistic issues related to not having a range and the difficulties that we may face should one of the agencies that allow us to use their range decide to roll back those contracts. It could become very difficult to maintain a very low frequency but a high liability and high concern issue related to the police department.
Okay, welcome. Isn't this your second day as police chief?
It is, and thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
And what an item to get on your second day. So I just have a follow-up question because I hadn't thought about that. A shooting range, where do you do that now? And where would you envision, I don't even know whether you do that on this same site now. If you do, you're keeping it pretty quiet because I live in the downtown. And so where do you do it now? And if you don't do it now on this block, how would you envision putting it in a place like this?
It's a very good question, and without context, it's an interesting question. Where would you do a shooting range on a police station? We currently shoot and do our firearms qualification for our sworn staff, our police officers, in 2 locations, the city of Santa Clara and the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Range. There have been times when those contracts have either lapsed or the agencies have not been interested in renewing them. Thankfully, those have not overlapped at the same time, so we've been able to qualify consistently at one or the other. However, that's not a guarantee. And one format for a shooting range in a facility like this would be to put it in essentially a portable container, if you will, that's noise and climate controlled. And one area that we had looked at and we had worked and considering that the balancing act was on top of the parking garage.
Thank you. I can picture it now and I couldn't before.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your input. And I'm very heartened to hear that there's been a collaborative spirit, and I not that I wouldn't doubt that, but in this case, it's really encouraging to hear that for the most part, everything that has been requested is incorporated into the design. And for that reason, I'm generally supportive of the staff recommendation. I don't really have anything valuable to contribute around architecture. That's really not my area of expertise, so I'm interested in the input from my colleagues. But I have, and I would be interested if we have to expand it in adding a 4th floor. That would be my preference. But I would also be supportive of whatever we end up using the remnant parcel for. Perhaps we could do something creative, like require, if it's a revenue generating use, for instance, or even affordable housing, that once we identify future needs, we could incorporate that into whatever is developed there. So I think there's opportunity to expand, but I'm a little concerned or reluctant to provide direction to substantially modify the design, in part because I think we do have a time sensitivity. The 2 items that we pulled from consent are good examples of overpromising and under-delivering. And what I would hate to see is, if there's a substantial delay because there's a redesign, or if we incorporate elements that end up being very costly, then we might develop a revenue-generating measure that commits to far more than it's able to actually pay for. And so we might end up seeing a scenario where we overpromise and underdeliver. So I'm trusting the staff. I think this is consistent with the direction I think I had supported when this came to us last time. If what we're hearing from public safety is this is not merely acceptable, but actually it provides everything for the most part. I mean, there are maybe opportunities to incorporate additional elements, but for now, this is what we've been asking for, and Public Works has been working in good faith with them. I'm reluctant to second guess the work. And instead, as we identify additional needs, we can use the remnant parcel. I would still prefer to keep that for some use that has some additional value, like revenue generation or affordable housing, but that we keep open the option of incorporating whatever that expansion may be into that future use. And I'm also so that I don't think it hurts to be too concerned about emergencies and safety, but if the staff didn't feel there was a need for a second exit from the garage, for instance, I would trust the staff's recommendation. Maybe again, that's something that if it's evaluated whenever we decide what to do with the remnant parcel, at that time we could decide we really do need that additional right of way. But I'm reluctant to commit to something right now that might end up delaying the work and increasing costs, or that might compromise the utility of the remnant parcel when it may end up being something that wasn't really necessary in the first place. So it's a long-winded way of saying right now, based on what I've heard and what I've read, I'm comfortable with the staff recommendations. I'm open to changes for architecture and that kind of thing, but I don't want to provide direction to substantial modifications that end up that end up being counterproductive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, colleagues have brought up a lot of great points and feedback. I think the couple things that I wanted to highlight are, I really feel inclined to find a way to move forward some way tonight, because I think about our public safety being in an unsafe building that's not seismically retrofitted, and I feel an immediate sense of urgency in doing something as soon as possible. So I'll just couch it there. And I think what I would say is I'm really trying to think about the word conceptual before the site plan, and that we often as a council see things that perhaps are works in progress. And so I don't want to get too much into feedback on the building and what it looks like, because I feel like the purposes of it are kind of supersede everything else. I will say one of the things I haven't heard brought up, which I think is really critical, is the community uses that I really value in the public safety building right now, that I'm not sure that I see coming to life in what the site plan looks like, and so hope staff will take this into consideration. The auditorium, it sounded like there was outdoor space, but it's an indoor space, right? So our challenge team can still meet there. We can still have other okay, great. Because I really want to make sure, as we're doing MVPDX, we have all these other community-facing events, that the space right now tends to be at capacity, or that room tends to be at capacity now. So making sure we have enough room for those what I call community uses, for me, I think is really important. And I think another thing that I've grown to appreciate is the setback of the existing building from Villa and Franklin, because that parking lot gets used for Cops and Gobblers. It got used for community fairs. In the past, I think like be a Shiro event, encouraging more females to enter both the fire and police workforces. And so I think when I'm looking at the site plan, I don't know where that would be. And I really want to make sure that those uses continue, because I think it's really great for our community to, one, be safe, but two, learn more about our public safety. And those events have been real hallmarks in my time in Mountain View. And I hope that whatever site plan that moves forward, that includes that. I really appreciate the canine training site. I know that we have, council has funded both fire and PD programs, looking into how we're training our dogs to have also emotional support for our workforce. I think it's really important, and so making sure that that site is adequate, I like to see it in the site plan. I think in terms of the remnant parcel, I think it's really critical for us to hold on to that. And also, as was mentioned, I know that we are busting at the seams in our existing city hall. And so do we need to include that space on the remnant parcel? So, I think it's, per the staff report, too soon to kind of talk about what that would be yet. But I do want us to be future planning on how we grow and develop as we're looking at long-term projects before the city. So those are my comments, and kind of I wanted to approve the staff recommendation. I do hear my colleagues' concerns, and hoping that we can find a way where we can move forward, but also incorporate some of the concerns tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this question is either for Chief Diaz or Chief Canfield. Earlier on, Councilmember Matichik had the concern about, it was a similar concern I had about the only one exit from the secure parking. Now I get that there's like an understanding that, like, yeah, you want the parking to be secured, so you only have like a limited number of entrants, but the idea of exits is slightly concerning to me. So I figured that this might be something that either of you can address, because it's you going to be trapped.
All right, I'll go ahead and start. Don Cameron, Public Works Director, and just consulting with my colleagues here. What I'm hearing from them is it would be valuable to have a second exit out of the area that doesn't lead directly onto Oak Street. Whether that could be something that's designed to lead them onto Evelyn under the ramp, which then sends them under Shoreline and into basically a parking lot that's currently being used to drive through to connect, or possibly using a portion of the remnant parcel to provide another exit point out that kind of parallels Evelyn and exits out onto Franklin, which does give a second point of exit if Oak Street is blocked for any reason whatsoever. And that is something that, if council is open to us exploring, we do think it's worthwhile to do. We just wanted to let you know it will reduce the size of the remnant parcel, but there could be advantages to that. And did you want to add anything?
Juan Diaz, Fire Chief. Currently, while there are gates in that building, we're able to exit through a gate that is for humans. So if you're talking about vehicle exiting, or are we talking about exiting for the personnel in the building? Because the fire code will come into the equation, and you do have to provide for means for people to push a panic hardware through the gate to be able to exit the building. I know we're getting really into the fine details and granular information, but I understood there was a discussion about having vehicles be able to leave the parking lot from multiple points. And as it's been mentioned, that could be attained, but that will probably reduce the size of that lot. Thank you.
Mike Canfield, Police Chief. I would just echo the sentiment. There is a lot of value for us and public safety to be able to have an alternative exit. How that's constructed exactly, I'll leave to staff and certainly to you to decide what to do with the remnant parcel. But the ability to have an alternative exit should there be an emergency, whether intentional or mechanical, I don't want to have our public safety services hindered because they're all locked into one place and can't escape. That could be certainly problematic.
Councilmember Ramos, did you?
All right. So based on that, that is something that I'm hoping to support. If there was any changes, I'm happy to leave that up to staff to figure that out. I had the opportunity to randomly see another police department building recently through a bunch of hijinks, I guess. where I remember we arrived at the police department and we're like, this is kind of like a underwhelming building. So I guess it's not something that we are too worried about. I was trying to see like what our nice police department buildings look like, and I don't have that kind of visual aesthetic. So I guess even when I was looking at them, I don't know how to even convert that to making ours. But I do love how our city hall looks. So I guess, and I didn't see that in the conceptual design here. So I guess a little bit more effort there. I agree with Councilmember Ramirez. If we are expanding the fourth, adding another floor, I think is a good compromise for that, so we can keep the remnant parcel as much as we can, minus any kind of negotiations we would have to work out with the with that extra exit. But those are the two major factors that I was looking at with this conceptual design. I think it's lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. So as for my comments, I'm more aligned with some things that council members have said and less with others. I'm mostly prepared to move forward and would rather not change the project substantially at this point. I agree with things I've heard about that the setbacks are important for outdoor activities. So I don't know if that's something that could be looked at a little more. Also for encouraging walking. Many people walk from the Swan neighborhood downtown. And I think that we don't want to enclose too much space. The out of doors, as we've learned from the pandemic, the out of doors is a space that we use. So I think that's something that Councilmember Kamei said more or less. Yeah, the out of doors is for community engagement. And I liked her comments on other spaces, making sure we have ample space for community uses, and that if possible, those be kind of interfaced with the street so that as you walk by, you know that it's a community space, or use the this is something, although I like many things about our city hall, I would say it does not engage with the sidewalk very well, and that maybe we could do a better job. You know, there's just kind of a stucco wall or plaster wall, whatever it is. Maybe we could engage with the public a little better and take care with what we put against the sidewalk. As far as if we need to expand, I agree that I would prefer a fourth floor expansion. But generally, I support the staff recommendation. I am I would support exploring a second exit, and I am maybe not as critical as of the architecture as some other council members. I have some worries about trying to make this building too similar to the City Hall. The City Hall is kind of, I'm not an architectural expert, but it's kind of an iconic 1980s postmodern building, you know, very pink and with architectural elements that I'm not even going to be able to describe, but I don't think we could imitate that at this point. You know, that's like, we're going back almost, I don't know, what is that, 40 years? I don't think we can quite do what they did at the time, and I don't want to push it in that direction. So that said, I understand the idea of maybe wanting it to look a little less like an office and a little more like a police station, but I wouldn't want to push it too far. Let me see if yeah, and I would take care with the additional parcel. I agree with using it for revenue generation. And I would hate to have it just lay there for too long. I mean, if it were going to lay there for a long time, I would prefer that it be facing the sidewalk, because there's been a lot of open space facing the sidewalk for quite some time. So those are my comments. I see also that the city manager wants to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to just point out a couple things that might provide some more clarity or context. So part of the window concept. So right now, you all have been in the current building, and it is very dark, and there are no windows. So one of the things that I think that staff were excited about was to have windows and natural light. So that's kind of where I think the feeling of that came from. But hearing feedback from council, I think there are certainly some areas that we can look at if that's something that is the direction of council. But just wanted to at least provide, I think, some of the rationale as to why, just because the current building is very, very dark and somewhat windowless, especially where the staff are. And then also wanted to provide a little more information about the numbers of staff. So the 152 current staff, that number that was provided, that's the folks that are there now. That is not including the fire and environmental protection group that would be moving there. So that group is going to be relocating now to the Villa Street office that council approved rental of over the next few years. So that adds another roughly, and these are all estimated numbers, roughly 14 staff. So that would be around 166 staff there. What this building proposes is around 198-ish staff. So I realize that the plan was through 2030, excuse me. So if you take 198 minus 166, that leaves growth for around 32 positions. And if you look at the rate of growth in the police department, it's pretty unlikely that we would get to 32 new positions by 2030. And remember, this building is for fire administration. So if we were to add firefighters or captains or those positions, they would be at the fire stations. So really, it's just fire administration in this building, which I wouldn't anticipate growing very much over the next 10 to 20 years. Certainly with population growth, we'd have to look at it, but not in the next 7 years. So I think there is some room there. We have some room for growth, and then the anticipated 10 officers that would be out in North Bayshore also gives us some room for growth, and I realize that is a 30-year horizon, so it's much longer than what we have. But I just wanted to provide a little more context for just the notion of 32 bodies, basically, that could fill this. I don't anticipate at all that we would come anywhere close to that in the next 7, probably even 20 years. I think we've added 1 position to police in the last 5 or 6 years, just for context. And that was the community services, or the NES position that we converted from limited period to regular in this current budget tonight. So there is a little bit of room for growth, but I think with the public works director working with her team, depending on what the direction is tonight, we could certainly go back and look at these things and look at the other exit, look at the options for some of the windows, looking at if there are some architectural changes that we could make, and just really taking this feedback depending on council's direction, because I think I've heard some really important things being raised, but I at least wanted you all to understand the numbers that I think we do have some room for growth realistically.
So, the statements you just made bring to mind things that I talked to Dan Rich about when I was first elected, our previous city manager. And I asked him about the need for growth in a number of different staff capacities, but particularly police and fire. And what he told me is, as we grow, he expects that that there is economy of scale, and that we shouldn't plan for as if every time we add a certain percentage of residents, we add a certain percentage of administrators, that's not an efficient way to grow. So it seems like you're saying kind of the same thing, but I just wanted to make sure that I fully understand that, because one of the things I don't want to do, I don't want to spend too much on this, more than I want to spend the right amount and build the right amount.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So that's essentially what I'm saying, that the growth in this building would be to officers. It would be less to administrators. Certainly there would be, I would imagine, some administration positions over time, but not at the rate of getting to the number of around 32 positions. But yes, I would anticipate there would be some growth, but not within 7 years, that sort of growth. But the other part of it is, again, this North Bay Shore area that's also in play.
Okay, I see both a motion in play and some additional comments. The maker of the motion, you want to allow a little more commentary? Okay, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, mine is really a question. If we issue bonds for this building, how long will it take to pay off the bonds?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I believe the bonds are over a 30-year period. So that would be another consideration. If we go higher and add more square footage, it's going to cost more.
Right,
and
right.
The annual payment would go up, yes,
Well,
over 30 years.
That's true, but I was thinking in terms of thinking about, how many years worth of personnel you want in the building. We certainly want kind of 30 years. And it sounds like you're saying that this room for another 30 personnel, that might be 30 years. I don't know. But that's the kind of thought process I was thinking about. It's like how long will it take for us to pay it off? And we should be thinking of the personnel on that same time frame. I'm not saying that this isn't big enough. I have no idea. But that's just the thought process that I would hope you go through. Thank you.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I am prepared to make a motion here, but first I want to say I appreciate the conversation we've had here tonight. I think there have been a lot of very good points raised, and I have heard the concerns of my colleagues. It is not my intention to slow things down. I just want to make sure that we are planning for the right horizon so that we don't end up in a situation where we regret not doing something, 30, 40, 50 years from now. And so what I would like to propose is that we ask staff to take a look at the expected population that would occupy this building 40, 50 years from now. And take a look at if that means another floor, or would it make more sense to have another building on the remnant parcel, and look at adding a second exit from the garage. As long as we're looking at this, I would take a look at adding a shooting range and where that would make sense to do. I definitely heard the comment about taking a look at the corner of Evelyn and Franklin and making sure that that still is welcoming and could be used for community activities like we've had in the past at the front of the public safety building. While I appreciate the planters that are there, and I can imagine what they're there for, maybe we need to look at, is that conducive to some of the activities we've often had in that center area? I would say take a look at, is this engaging with the street enough? I appreciate the comment about City Hall doesn't necessarily do that, and we are trying to make our city more inviting and walkable. Let's see, I would say that I don't think I'm looking to replicate City Hall or the library, although I do like them. I just feel like this doesn't convey the sense of like permanence and kind of like presence, like some gravitas to it that I'm looking for. And it doesn't, I'm not saying it has to be an exact replica. I want to make sure folks hear that, but something that's more along the lines of what we have. I appreciate, though, that we want to be sensitive to light. And so I guess the direction is just, let's take a look at some other alternatives for the architecture that does provide light and is welcoming, is more along the lines of what we already have versus an office building. And let's see if there is, I was trying to take a lot of notes here. And look at the second exit from the garage. And I don't know how long this would take. I'm not trying to make this a really long process, although I listed a lot of things there. And so I guess I would look to staff to come back to us with, well, what's possible under what time frame? And should I summarize that? Because I said a lot in between the main points.
If I may,
Council
Member, thank you for the comments in the summary. We do appreciate it. One of the comments that you made, and I think you meant, as looking at the plaza, you had said at the corner of Evelyn and Franklin, and I think you meant Villa and Franklin.
I did.
Okay.
I did. Sorry about that.
We took, I feel like, good notes based on your feedback. If we want, we can repeat it back to you, but I feel confident that that's, we have enough information to go back, evaluate these items, and then come back to council with another recommendation for options.
Yeah, I didn't take notes, but I'm glad you did. It was pretty clear to me, so I thought I had a motion there.
Yeah, I guess one question I would ask is, what does this, what could this potentially mean in terms of the impact on time?
So as far as, I think the site layout isn't, I didn't hear site layout changes, significant site layout changes. Certainly architectural and then incorporating what's needed. So we would like to return in the fall to council. I don't know exactly when that would be based on it. We have to circle back with staff, talk to the consultant, discuss what this would mean. We'd work over the summer to do this. And then we can come back to council. Again, the goal would be in the fall. I don't want to overcommit with the first thing, but it is our intent to continue moving this forward and not delaying the project further.
Okay. And I guess, if it's less finalized when it comes back to council, I'm okay with that. So that if we have additional input or we say, oh no, don't do that, the cost is too much or something, we do that before it goes through like the DRC and all the other steps. I'm fine with that if others are. Oh, okay. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Abekoga.
And so anticipating Councilmember's Matichak's motion, I have seconded the motion, and I do agree with everything that was said. Just the one point was that the reason why I was opting, I guess, towards holding on to the remnant is that because of the cost possibility of a fourth floor and maybe not being able to afford to do it now, but having the space to be able to expand later. But if staff is okay studying both and coming up with some cost estimates, I'm fine with that. But I also just wanted to confirm, Councilmember Kamei, your interest in having public spaces. Where were you envisioning?
Yeah, I think I just wasn't seeing that input in the conceptual site plan, and I just didn't want it to get lost. So as this comes back, I appreciate. No worries. I saw the red light go on. I was like, I'll wait. I appreciate that its main use is going to be for public safety purposes, but I just wanted to highlight the only thing that we hadn't talked about was kind of the other uses that we have for it, which are, interfacing with the community. We have so many great programs, great partnerships with our nonprofits or school districts, et cetera, that I just wanted to make sure that however the site ends up, that there's opportunities to continue those partnerships and activations. So, but I leave it to the professionals.
Sorry, if I could just put some context in as I'm hearing what you're saying. One thing that probably we should re-explain is why the building is where it is. The building is the design is putting it where it is, primarily because we're designing so it can be constructed while the existing building remains in operation. So while we do have a setback, we do have a public plaza at Villa and Franklin, the size and, say, generosity or expansiveness of that area is, we are limited technically to how big we can make it. And quite frankly, we're at that limit because we're building currently within, I want to say 20, 30 feet from the existing 911 center, which we will not want to shut down. So that is why the building is where it is and why the plaza is designed how it is. And I know there was another comment about some of the elements, and they're there for both public use but also security. So the ability to have it wide open and unencumbered would be a challenge for this type of facility.
Could we get creative with the remnant parcel?
Certainly.
Okay, because I think that could be great compromise or.
Thank you. So just to continue, that was really my interest, was that when I hear Councilmember Ramirez, your comment about revenue generation, but I think I read in the questions that because of the Surplus Land Act, we're kind of limited in that. And then number two, I know we want affordable housing and housing, but for me, this is really the public safety building first. And I'm not so certain that having housing next to a police station is the best location. But I just want to make sure that we have room to expand and use the site for its primary purpose of public safety. So my thought too was like having the land sit there. We could landscape it and temporarily make it into a little mini park until we decide, if we need to use it down the road or keep it for expansion. So, but your motion seems to incorporate studying all of that, so I'm fine to second that. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm appreciating in this moment the value of master planning. It would be nice to have some sense of what we want to achieve with the remnant parcel, because then that would help us, I think, determine what design elements would be most ideal. I'm generally supportive of the motion. I think I appreciate the framing as exploring a lot of these concepts. If I could suggest two maybe some guardrails or additional parameters. One would be to give staff some pretty broad discretion in determining whether a given element ends up being so costly or so significant a change that it ends up substantially delaying the project. So for instance, I'm not opposed to exploring a shooting range, but if staff say after a cursory glance, this is going to have a substantial impact on design or layout, and that might mean we end up substantially delaying the project, that they have the discretion to say, we just couldn't incorporate it in we made a good faith effort and it doesn't make sense at this time. And that would be true also for the fourth floor, which I think also is a potentially major modification that could end up being so cost prohibitive or such a significant change that, again, it delays the project. So giving staff broad discretion to quickly eliminate design elements that have the impact of substantially increasing cost or substantially delaying the project.
So I want to make sure I understand. So I do trust staff to make that kind of call, but they would still come back and tell us, we did a quick look at that and the cost is prohibitive. So we would still be aware of it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. And I trust staff too. I think they will do a good job and also justify their determination. And then the other parameter or consideration would be, I'm not opposed at all to exploring the second exit from the secure parking structure, but that it be designed in such a way that it doesn't have the effect of substantially impacting the remnant parcel or diminishing its future utility or integrity. Because I don't want to profess any technical expertise, but if that's probably going to have to be secured in and of itself as well. You don't want people jumping a fence to get into a secured area. So I don't know what it will look like, but it might end up pretty substantially impacting that remnant parcel, so that staff just have another guardrail or parameter that as they design that, if they conclude it's necessary or appropriate, that they also think about minimizing its impact to the future use of the remnant parcel.
So I'm okay saying minimizing the impact, but I do want it looked at. Yeah. And I guess I should ask the seconder for both of these.
Yes, but I just want to at least prioritize. For me, this is a public safety building, and whatever operations need to happen or to optimize operations is my top priority.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Well, so it sounds, yes, I agree. So if both of those elements are incorporated, then happy to support the motion.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll just add, I do think I will be supporting the motion. I guess my two kind of caveats is I hope that the architecture doesn't go, and I'm not expecting a modification to the this is not a friendly amendment, but I hope it doesn't go too far in the direction of kind of faux historic is my, okay, good. And then the second thing is that I do really value the concept of economies of scale, and I don't want to go in the direction of just expanding the size and then expanding, you know, then trying to fill it with staff that maybe is not the priority. I mean, I do agree, as Councilmember Abekoga said, this is a public safety building, but I think that, you know, our residents have public safety is one priority, but we have many other priorities too. And I want to make sure that we're not, you know, spending too much on this particular priority and then because of that, ignoring other priorities, whether they be parks or affordable housing or whatever the other priorities are, active transportation. You know, well, I'll be repeating myself now, but yeah, I appreciate the idea of economies of scale and want to take advantage of that when we can so that we can address other priorities. And with that, oh, another comment?
Just want to get some clarifications. Councilmember Ramirez, it was clear the additional asks and inclusion in the motion. I was hoping to go back to Councilmember Matichak, Councilmember Kamei and Councilmember Abekoga had indicated that they were supportive of getting creative with the remnant parcel in order to help activate or community use near the public safety building. I want to be sure that that was intended as part of the motion.
Yeah, so I didn't make that clear. So when I talked about that, I was talking about the current corner. But if it's not possible to make that a nice area, taking into consideration all the things we want it to be, then look at, is there something we could do on the remnant, whether it be temporary or permanent?
Thank you.
So I actually have a question related to that. One of the things I wondered looking at, and I didn't look at it closely enough, but sometimes buildings have very large lobbies, like larger than they need to be. So it seems like that's a possible way to enlarge the out of doors and make the lobby smaller. I have no idea. I haven't looked at it enough to see whether that's appropriate in this case, but it's one possible way of handling that without, you know, eating into other parts of the site.
Understood.
Are there last comments? Are we ready to vote? I think we're ready to vote. Okay, passes unanimously. And I've had a request for a break. So we will take a break and we'll be...
Can we do the break when we have to count the protests?
Oh, okay, sure.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
Sure, we can do that. Okay, so moving along to item 7.1, public hearing on recommended trash recycling organics rate increase. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing. Under Proposition 218, utility rate increases are subject to a written protest that may be filed by affected customers. Notices went out to all customers as required by law, including instructions for submitting written protests. And this hearing complies with Proposition 218 requirements. Written protests to the recommended rate increases received by mail at the city clerk's office or in person at the public hearing. If anyone in the audience has a written protest to the proposed rate increases, please give it to the city clerk at this time so it may be counted and recorded. We will now hear a presentation by Assistant Finance and Administrative Services Director Grace Singh regarding the requirements of Prop 218. Grace?
Good evening, Mayor Hicks, Vice Mayor Showalter, and council members. Grace Singh, Assistant Finance and Administrative Service Director, and here with me tonight is Derek Rimpon, Finance and Administrative Service Director. We will be presenting on the public hearing for the recommended trash, recycling, organic rate increase. As of a reminder, utility rate increase were previously presented to council at the June 13 public hearing. Just a little bit background information, the city has a collection service agreement with Recology to provide compost, organic, recycling, and trash collection services. The state of California has identified landfill as a key source of greenhouse gas emissions. SB 1383, which took effect on January 1st, 2022, aims to reduce the amount of organic waste going to landfill by 75% by 2025 from 2014 levels. In December 2021, council adopted a new ordinance mandating organic waste disposal reduction. All residents and business are now required to separate out organics out of trash, food scrap, and collections being expanded to include all homes and businesses. Residents who already have compost cart at their home should begin or continue to separate out all food and food soil paper out of trash and place it in the compost cart along with any yard trimmings. There are three main categories that goes into the green composting bin, which are food scraps, food soil paper, and yard trimmings. Those are presented on the slide here. There has been some interest in the multifamily composting program, so we are here tonight to give you a quick update. In 2019, the city began a multifamily composting pilot with 6 complexes. Since SB 1383 took place in 2022, the number of multifamily homes participating in the program has grown to 185. There are also 143 properties with yard trimmings only service, which city staff is working with Recology actively to convert it to the official composting program by the end of this calendar year. We also have some outreach efforts to promote the program, which include notifications, letters sent to multifamily properties informing them the SB 1383 requirements. We also developed a multifamily service guide. In front of you, service guide. Picture here for property management and residents. Recology site assessment is also available to provide the composting service level recommendation. And we also have some tools and resources provided to multifamily homes, which include program introduction letters, composting how-to guide, and free food scrap kitchen pile, and composting programs, sign signatures, and staff trainings. If the property has not yet implemented on-site composting services, residents might drop off their food scrap at the Mountain View Recycling Center, while Recologists work with their property manager to start the composting program. So for 2023, 23-24, a 7% increase for the solid waste rate is recommended. This is based on the Recology agreement that provide a 8.13% increase that we have with Recology, that based on the projected expenditure income and the revenue requirements. And cities' residential and commercial trash and also residential recyclables are all processed at the Smart Station under the MOU between the cities Mountain View and the city of Sunnyvale. The MOU provides the city to pay its proportional share cost of at the Smart Station, which estimated to be increased at about 6.8%. So average city is proposing 7% rate increase for next year for solid waste rate. So the next slide shows you the comparison for the solid waste rate at our neighboring cities. For comparison purpose, Palo Alto is not using Smart Station, so it's only Sunnyvale and Mountain View using that. And the chart above shows that our most common residential bin is a 32-gallon cart, which is 7% increase, is a cost increase about $2.75 per month. Over about 54% of our residential customer have this size bins. If page 7-91 in the miscellaneous section of the recommended budget document has additional information about other utility rate comparison to the Palo Alto and Sunnyvale. The city follows the Proposition 218 process based on the California Supreme Court decisions. This process requires a public hearing be held prior to any increase being adopted for the utility rates. Notice are required to be sent 45 days prior to the hearing dates. And on the screen here is a copy of the Prop 218 notice that we sent out. About 16,700 notices were mailed on or before May 12th. And notice must be include the recommended rate adjustment, calculation of methodologies, and the process for residents and business to submit a protest vote. At this hearing, if a majority protest vote, which is 50% plus one, protests are received, which is equivalent to about 8,360 protests, rate increase subject to the public hearing cannot be adopted tonight without repeating the notice and hearing process. As of 5 p.m. today, we have received one protest so far. So in summary, staff is requesting council to consider the recommended 7% trash and recycler rate increase. Adoption of this rate increase for 23-24 is included with the budget public hearing item amending the master fee schedule, which will be happening later on tonight's council agenda. If there is a majority protest at the hearing, this item will be removed. At the end of this hearing, the city clerk will provide a tally of written protests received. This concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of council have questions? I don't see any questions. So now it's time for public comment. If you want to comment virtually, please raise your hand in Zoom now. And if you want to comment in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We'll take in-person speakers first. Each speaker will have 1.5 minutes. And I see Sandra Esparza.
Nice to see you again. Good evening, Vice Mayor and Mayor of the city. So we are here, as you know, as representative of the residents in Cafecito, which I'm a part of the member. And I noticed that the increase previous, the water, and now is deal with the garbage. And I think this is up to you, city council members, to discretionary of whether you increase or not. And I hear what the comment says, until 5 p.m. is only one protest. And I noticed that it's one protest because this never passed in our language, which is Spanish, the majority of the low-income families. And it's many years already, and I still figured out, and I will tell council members, Lucas Ramirez, the why is not in Spanish. I was not aware but I'm glad that they speak English. So I think should be one thing that the city has to talk about it, because we need to know. We need to know, and we not get surprises, and we not get shocks, because as you know, we live in day by day, check by check, to cover our rent. And also, I think in Palo Alto, maybe Sunnyvale, you guys kind of like little higher on increasing. It's because maybe they already informed. So, and we just always get surprised and what would never telling us anything in Spanish. And I please one more time, just consider this. And because also you increase like 5% and 7%, and totally if we adding is like $100 more added on our monthly basic rent. Thank you so very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Are there any more in-person speakers? Seeing none, we have virtual speakers. First, Guadalupe Rosas.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here on behalf of, just like Sandra Esparza, on behalf of the Cafecito and residents of Mountain View. And this is the second year that I come and place my concern that this notice, one, is not being sent to every single resident. And it's not being done in different languages, it's only in English. So the fact that you are not getting any protest is because they're not aware. All that they know is that their utilities are going up, and they don't know that you as city council have discretion. You can say no to these increases, especially because inflation is so high. And I can tell you, it's like I feel like I am always running against time, because I have reduced my expenditures, unnecessary expenditures. I have cut them out, because my rent, my sewage, everything is going up, food is going up. I cannot afford it. And I'm very sad the city council is also pushing people out, pushing people who are the most in need, us, the people who are paycheck to paycheck. So I implore that this city council says no to these increases. One, because we are not aware, we are not being notified. It is so unfair that we feel powerless, because nobody has been telling us that this is happening. We only see it when we get the bills, especially when there's so many other things that we could do.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Anna.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I really want to echo what Guadalupe said as well. I feel like I'm pretty tapped into what's going on with the Mountain View government. I had no idea about this at all till actually tonight when I was pinged about it. And I would definitely have protested, as well as many other neighbors within the mobile home community. Something to really think about. There's still people who have been really affected by the pandemic, by the inflation going on. The mobile home community is particularly vulnerable, especially since we were passed over from the CSFRA back in 2015. So many of us have been getting really steep rent increases since then. So adding this on top of that would be completely devastating for many people. I really, really hope the City Council really thinks about that tonight, and when making the decision takes all that to account. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I will now close the public hearing. And City Clerk Glazer, do we need a recess to tabulate valid written protests received on the recommended utility rates?
No, Mayor, we do not. But if you'd like to recess for any other reason, we could.
Okay, we can recess for, we'll recess for about 5 minutes until 5 minutes before 10. You want to pardon, please?
working away. Do you guys know each other? Bob. Here, I'm not sure who claims them ahead of one another, but he did the whole San Jose project. She's taking over the landscape and lost to say. Now he's sitting with it. If there's questions or such, he's our speaker. I'll be here to hear it. You'll always be
So now it's time for the city clerk to announce the tabulation.
The city received one valid written protest, so not a majority.
Okay. Thank you. I'll now bring the item back for council deliberation and action, and note that a motion should include a finding that no majority protest has been received, and that the recommended trash, recycling, and organic rates for fiscal year 23-24 shall be included with the adoption of the budget in our next agenda item, which is item 7.2. So council deliberation, Councilmember Ramos.
So I can see the writing on the wall in terms of the one protest. That seems pretty obvious where that's going. But I would like to kind of elevate the concern about the outreach that for this. So I know a lot of the standards we did is because the state has mandated them. But I do believe that we have stronger standards for outreach to our own people. As someone who's a renter, I don't get these notices, and that's fine, I guess. But I would like the standards of it being language accessible is something that I think we should look into at the very least. And maybe having something in there. There's a lot of fear right now, and that was what some of those comments that we heard during public comment were about, and it is fear of it passing through. So as you send that kind of information, maybe some information about the rent stabilization program to see what actually is allowed to be passed through versus not. And that I think that could help quell some issues and fears. And I don't know if I need council support for that, or is that just feedback that people want to say? Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Kind of along those lines, I asked the question specifically of what happens if someone can't pay their water or their trash fees? Because obviously we don't want anybody to get evicted because they can't pay their water bill or their trash bill. But for for many of us who can afford to pay it, it's reasonable to have these raises. So I got an answer back. I asked that question. I got an answer back that the city offers the option of payment plans to customers who need more time to pay their utility bills. And in addition, there are 2 utility assistance services available to Mountain View customers that are administered by the Sacred Heart Community Service. Is that true, or is that it's CSA here? It's Sacred Heart here? Oh, okay. And one is called the Low Income Household Water Assistance Program. It's a federally funded program that provides financial assistance to low-income Californians to help them manage their residential water and wastewater bills. And I remember looking at the amount of ARPA funds, because that was one of the things that ARPA funds were supposed to cover. And it was not a trivial amount of money. It was like $480,000. What was it, Grace?
$750,000.
750, definitely not a trivial amount of money, right? It's important for people to know that that's there. And then Valley Water has a water rate assistance program called WRAP, and it's offered by Sacred Heart Community Service. And qualified applicants may receive up to $1,000 toward their water bills. So anyway, I think it's important to get the word out, and to also say that if people do need help, there is some help available, and we would like them to take advantage of that. So with that, I will second the motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Matichak?
Thanks. So I feel like I missed this, but what are the noticing requirements, and what do we follow?
So we have what we call Proposition 218 requirements that we are required to disclose to the account owners 45 days before we have the public hearings of the rate increase to disclose to them the rate increase and also the methodology of how to calculate.
So sorry, let me clarify, who gets the notices? So you just said the account owners?
Utility account owners.
So in an apartment complex, for example, where the utilities are not individual units, it's the apartment complex owner that gets the notice. And is that a state law?
I might need to relay that message to city attorney.
Yes, that is per state law.
Can the city do more than that?
I think the city can always do more. I would have to double check that, but usually cities can do more than the law requires.
Okay. I guess I'm interested in that if it's possible. Thanks.
Yeah, and an accompanying question to that is it very formulaic in terms of, you know, the way that, I assume it's a postcard, is sent out, or can the city easily, I know the city can translate anything, but are we given a very formulaic card that's all in English? Would it be easy to do it in 2 languages? What, do you know the answer to that?
The current Proposition 218 notice that we sent out is about 7 pages document.
Okay.
That include the methodology, how we arrived to the proposed rate increase, and also a comparison of the impact to the residents for the rate increase.
Okay, so clearly it's not in my job description at my house to read those things, but, because I haven't seen it. But yeah, so, right, so I would like follow up on, it also seems like it would be good to get the information out that the vice mayor had read earlier to people. So you haven't answered.
Those information are actually posted on city's internet under utility billings, and then when when residents call, account owner calls, said that they need help, those information are provided to them to where they can apply for additional help.
So I'm hearing that council members have some additional questions, though, about whether we could send out more information. And, you know, I would wonder if we did that, could we have some information regarding what kind of help you could get to pay your bill along with the information on the rise? Vice Mayor.
I didn't. Lucas, do you want to say something?
I wasn't called.
Okay.
Okay, I was just going to say that I do notice these because, you know, it's a water thing, so I pay attention to these. They're you know, it's a big envelope. They're with a number of pages in it. There's an envelope, a return envelope in it. So it's a little packet that you get. And obviously most of us ignore it. I was wondering if maybe it might be better to include notification in the outreach we do, like the City Connection. You know, have a paragraph in it that you should expect this in your mail, and because I think that that's a little bit, or something along those lines. I would just urge, I mean, I don't think this is a pretty substantial little package you get from the utility. And so I don't think more of the same, you know, if it's not working, doing more of it is not necessarily going to meet our goals. I would suggest that maybe we ask staff to think a little bit about, you know, what would be a better way to get this out and move along on that lines.
So I see that the city manager has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. So I believe that, as the city attorney said, we will need to look at the legal implications of mailing it to folks who aren't ratepayers, because only ratepayers can protest in that legal instance. But what we can do is make sure that our community groups are aware. Certainly the community groups we've heard from, we can make sure that we are posting it more widely than is done now through City Hall Connection. We could do it also on social media. We can make sure that we're having meetings with the groups that may not get it mailed to them if they're renters. So I'm certainly, we will look at any and all avenues that we can get it out more widely if it's not necessarily mailed to a ratepayer.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll go ahead and move that the council find and determine that the city has not received a majority protest for the proposed increase for trash recycling and organics rates for fiscal year 2022 to 23, and that the recommended rates for fiscal year 2023 to 24 shall be included with the adoption of the budget in our next agenda item, item 7.2. And I'll share or reiterate the ideas and concerns from my colleagues regarding noticing. I'm interested also in making sure that there's maybe a more accessible way for people to learn about and understand the rate increases and the justification, which I think is important as well. I also, if memory serves, we have funding in the budget for a language access policy. And I don't know if staff has some idea for when that's likely to be implemented, but I've been told that that will also inform how we provide notice for the rate increases. Is that the case? So we do have a policy in the works that I think it doesn't have to be, you said 7 pages. It won't have to be 7 pages in every language. Maybe there's a smarter way of providing that notice, but it sounds like it's already in the works to make the noticing available in other languages, and I'm looking forward to that improvement. So staff, I think there were some good ideas in shared. Do you want that in the motion as well, or is that something you can do administratively?
Councilmember Ramirez, we can do administratively, but I think even having this conversation, staff's aware, and we will make sure to incorporate that next year.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ramos, do you have additional comments?
Yeah, it's just clarification on, I'm looking at what happens when this and this and this. So we send this out to the ratepayers, and those ratepayers are the ones who are able to protest. So what happens if the ratepayers pass this on to tenants? Now, in some cases, there are the rent stabilization protections. What does that mean for those tenants? And then what does that mean for tenants who are not having those kinds of protections? Where is their ability to protest these increases? Does that make any sense? Am I not making sense? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it makes sense, the questions. Unfortunately, we are not familiar. I think this might be a community development or housing questions for the CSRA program. Can we, maybe we need to look into it and then we get back to you?
Thank you.
City Manager, do you have another comment?
Thank you, Mayor. So Councilmember Ramos, so this is something that staff will look into. And with the education part of the expansion on that next year, I think we can certainly look into how we can get the word out to folks that are renting that may not get a notice. So I would expect that that's all part of what we'll aim to do next year.
And Vice Mayor.
And another thing that we want to make sure that we include in this is why these rates need to be raised. Because I think if people understand why they need to be raised, it's much more palatable than if they don't. And that 7-page packet that we did get did explain it. And so I hope that, you know, when we talk about in the, you know, whatever outreach we do, that, you know, that we sort of tell both sides of the story, why you know, that the you know, that the increase is coming and why we need it. Thank you. Sorry.
That's all right. So before we vote, I guess I have one additional question, which is there any reason, as we explore the issues that council has raised, that maybe the Rental Housing Committee might want to put this on their agenda? Or is that part of the exploration, figuring out whether they need to talk about this in any way?
Thank you, Mayor. We don't have an answer for that now. I think we'd have to explore that and look at the legalities of the ratepayer piece, but certainly I think we can make them aware. Right. And I see that our Assistant Community Development Director, Mr. Chen, is also here to speak on it.
Yes, thanks for the question. We will check, and I think we will also want to check with the Rental Housing Committee legal folks. There are provisions in the CSFRA where the annual allowable rent increase includes utility costs. So I think that's where we'll have to go back, study a little bit more, and get some legal input, and we can come back with some responses after we do some research.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. And with that, if there are no other comments from council members, we can vote. Passes unanimously. Oh, we do. So at this point, it's now that it's after 10 o'clock and we have another item on our agenda, we need to have a motion and vote to continue the meeting. Councilmember Ramos.
I move we continue the meeting past 10 o'clock.
So that's a motion. Do we have a seconder? Councilmember Ramos moved, Councilmember Kamei seconded, and now we vote. Oh, good. We got passes 6-1 with 1 abstention. No, it was a no. Was a no? Oh, you're right. It was a no. I'm just not used to non-unanimous votes. Okay, so now we move on to 7.2, which is the adoption of fiscal year 23-24 budgets, appropriations limit, fee modifications, and funding for fiscal year 23-24 capital improvement projects. Finance and Administrative Services Director Derek Rampone will present the item.
Thank you very much, Mary Hicks. Derek Rampone, your Finance and Administrative Services Director. And tonight we've got item number 7.2, which is the public hearing for the budget adoption. I'm happy to present that. There we go. So just a quick recap of the timeline of the budget process as a reminder. The last meeting that we had was on June 13th, was for the first public hearing for the budget. This was to receive comments from the public and receive direction from the council. Now we're at the final step in the process, adopting the CIP budget, operating budget, and including our master fee schedule. On this slide, there's a few changes that have happened since the June 13th meeting. The first item, as you will recall, was added as part of council action recommendation on the 13th to add the $7,000 in the CNC neighborhood grant program, increasing funding from $33,000 to $40,000 total. There's also a few other items that were made after the recommended budget public hearing. And these were really due to just timing issues. A few of these items were added because of price increases that would be happening over the summer that we would like to avoid. So having those in this recommended budget would help avoid some price increases, especially for the top item there on the list. There's also was some concern about some outdated equipment that we needed to get on the list in regards to the police logging recorder, number 2 on there. And then there was some just cleanup items that were either erroneously left out or needed to due to timing needed to be added between the budget hearing and today. So that's on this list here. So these are the changes from last time till this meeting. And this here is just a recap of the general operating fund. As you'll recall, in the last meeting, we had a ending balance, operating balance of $6 million. And so with all the changes, any changes that were made since then, we'll now have a $5.1 million operating balance. There are quite a few recommended actions with this item tonight. I'm not going to read them all, but they're on the next few slides. But in summary, these are what we are recommending, and including adopting the budget, the operating budget and CIP budget. Also, the GAN appropriations limit is included in here, as well as the master fee schedule. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Before questions, this item includes a recommendation that Council adopt a resolution appropriating funds for Capital Improvement Project 24-38, which is underground utilities at 1020 Terabella. This action requires a council member to recuse from participation in this project due to conflicts of interest. So we'll consider this resolution first. Councilmember Kamei, do you have an announcement to make?
Yes, thank you. I am recusing myself from participating in recommendation number 1 under item 7.2, adoption of a resolution appropriating funds for capital improvement project 24-38 underground utilities at 1020 Tarabella due to my employment as an external affairs manager with AT&T, an international telecommunications company.
Now, do any members of the council have questions related to the recommendation to adopt the resolution appropriating funds for the Capital Improvement Project 2438 undergrounding utilities at 1020 Terabella Avenue? No. Okay. So we're not doing resolutions for that. We're calling Councilmember Kamei back.
No, you would make a motion and adopt that for just that one resolution,
Okay.
and then she can come back for the remainder.
Okay, do we have a motion for just this one? Councilmember Matichak moving with a second by the Vice Mayor.
Mayor?
Do we need to take public comment?
There we go.
Thank you.
Oh, public comment. Is there public comment on this item? If you submit a blue card, if you want to comment in person, and raise your hand if you would like to comment virtually. I am seeing no in-person or virtual commenters. So we're ready for the motion, and we have a second by the Vice Mayor.
So I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting appropriations for the adopted capital improvement project 24-38 underground utilities at 1020 Tarabella, identified in the recommended fiscal year 2023-24 through fiscal year 2027-28 capital improvement program, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Okay, we are ready to vote. Okay, passes unanimously with one recusal, and we can call Councilmember Kamei back to the chambers. The council will now convene a public hearing, accept public comment, and consider the remaining recommended actions to adopt the fiscal year 23-24 budgets, appropriations limit, fee modifications, and funding for the adopted fiscal year 23-24 capital improvement projects. Do any members of the council have questions? Okay, I assume everybody asked their questions in written form. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comments on this item? If you want to provide a comment in person, submit a blue card now. And virtually raise your hand. I don't see any public comments. So I will now bring the item back for council deliberation and action on the remaining recommendations, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolutions attached to the report. I see a motion by the Vice Mayor and a second by Councilmember Ramirez. Oh, and a comment also, but you can start with, do you want to make the comment? Okay.
Yeah, I do have a comment. Thank you. I want to thank staff for providing the information on the pavement conditions. We definitely need to figure out how to, I'm sorry, I feel like a broken record on this one, but we definitely need to figure out how to allocate more funds to road maintenance. While PCI of 70 is at the very low end of good, I do think our residents expect more than that. And so we do need a plan for not only just maintaining 70, but getting to the 75 that I think residents would be more happy with. So thanks very much for providing that information. It was really helpful.
Thank you. So it looks like we are now ready for the motion.
All right. I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting the fiscal year 2023-24 city budget and appropriations for the remainder of the adopted fiscal year 2023-24 capital improvement projects, including amendments to existing projects, but excluding the Shoreline Regional Park Community, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting the fiscal year 2023-24 appropriations limit, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending the City of Mountain View master fee schedule, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing the city manager or designee to amend the classification and salary plans for regular and hourly employees for fiscal year 2023-24, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And adopt a resolution of the Shoreline Regional Park Community of the City of Mountain View adopting the fiscal year 2023-24 Shoreline Regional Park Community budget and appropriations for the adopted fiscal year 2023-24 capital improvement projects for the Shoreline Regional Park Community, including amendments to existing projects, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And adopt a resolution of the Capital Improvements Financing Authority of the City of Mountain View adopting the fiscal year 2023-24 budget for debt service payments, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. So now we can vote. Okay, that one passes unanimously too. So we move on to 7.3, vesting preliminary parcel map extension for Google Landings Office project at 1860 through 2159 Landings Drive. Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director Arti Shrivastava will present the item.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. We have a very short presentation on this item. On June 23rd of 2020, the council approved a request from the applicant for a planned community permit for this project, which is also called the Landings, to construct a 5-story 800,000 square foot building, and along with that was a parcel map that was approved. The life of a planning project is typically 2 years, and the life of a subdivision map or a parcel map in our ordinance is about 12 months. And so the applicant actually requested an extension and received it prior to the expiration of the map, and on July 13th of 2022, the subdivision committee approved a 1-year extension. Within this time frame, Google pulled grading permits, began on-strike construction activity, including demolition, grading, and excavation. has paid almost $60 million in impact fees, but needs some additional time in order to complete the requirements of the final map. In particular, they're working with Public Works and the neighboring property to make sure that they can locate a public easement along the north side of the property that was required as a connection to the creek. And then also finish out the off-site improvements in order to complete the final map. It did come to our attention that the Subdivision Map Act does allow this an extension, even though our current ordinance doesn't recognize it, but the State Subdivision Map Act does supersede the city code. Based on a review, the City Attorney's Office determined that any further extensions under the Subdivision Map Act do require council approval, though, and that's why we're here tonight. The applicant has requested an additional year, and staff is recommending that additional year to be able to complete the requirements, after which they intend to pull the building permit for the superstructure. In total, they've paid about $60 million in fees, and they're just under $6 million that are outstanding in other fees as part of this additional extension. That ends my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions. And so is Public Works Director Don Cameron.
Thank you. Do any members of the council have questions? I see Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't intend to do this, but just for my benefit, if we were to deny the request, would that require us to make findings? Are they basically entitled to an extension? Is it discretionary? Can you help us understand our role in this?
There are findings that we're making as part of this extension, and we can read them, and if so, the council denied them, we would have to make findings to deny them.
So they're entitled under state law to an extension?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none from council, would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comments? If you are virtual and want to provide comments, please raise your hand in Zoom. And if you're in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We'll take in-person speakers first. No, I guess we don't have any. And virtual speakers, please raise your hand. I don't see any of those either. So I'll now bring the item back for council deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolution attached to the report. I have a motion by Councilmember Kameh and a second by Councilmember Matichak. Councilmember Kameh.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I move that the council adopts the resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a one-year extension of a vesting preliminary parcel map for 1860-2159 Landings Drive to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. Now we can vote. Okay, this one passes unanimously as well. And so now we will move to item 8, which is council, staff, and committee reports. Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report, but I did want to ask staff. I've already spoken briefly, I think, with the city manager about this, but many months ago, the council directed staff to return with resolutions or modifications to the whatever establishing documents exist for advisory bodies to allow alternates. And I was curious to know from staff if sort of the status of that work, and if that's intended to come to the council, or I think you had said CPPC, but for our benefit, it would be helpful to understand where that work is.
The city manager's office and city clerk's office have been coordinating on that effort. Good evening, Audrey Seymour Ramberg, Assistant City Manager. Thank you for the question. We have 2 tracks, one to bring back resolutions that serve to customize or rather standardize across all the advisory bodies on their what's the term that I'm looking for?
To just make it uniform.
The uniform.
And establish bodies that were not previously established by resolution.
Correct. And the question around advisory bodies having alternates is something that we were going to bring as an off-agenda council memo to update the council on staff's evaluation of that concept.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Abakoga.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of good news items. I received a notice from our California Transportation Commissioner, Carl Gardino. I think we're already aware of this, but there's a recommendation on the California Transportation Commission meeting agenda tomorrow for recommending $25 million for our Castro Street grade separation project. So fingers crossed on that one. And then Senator Becker left me a message saying that he was able to secure $1.5 million for CSA, and I'm thinking it might be for their capital project. So good news. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I attended the June 14th Silicon Valley Clean Energy Study Session. This was one where they wanted alternates and members to attend. And basically, this was about how it's getting more difficult to buy all clean power, in a sense, due to the success of the clean energy, the community aggregation movement. I mean, there are so many community aggregation organizations now buying clean energy that it's getting much more competitive. So there was a discussion of how they are going to move forward with that, and lots of discussion about whether it would be we would have to decide in the next years about whether we want to have what we mean by clean energy. Do we mean it every hour of every day, or do we mean it on a different on a basis, or do we want to do it a 95%, or how are we going to do this? And it's quite technical, and so it's going to be something they'll be working on. But it was kind of interesting to hear about something that, in a sense, because of the success of a policy activity, has actually gotten more difficult. Oh, wait a minute. One more. I also wanted to mention that I attended the Mountain View Wissman school board meeting, where they voted to support the Education Enhancement JPA, and it was good to see that, and the comments that the various board members made were quite positive. So I was heartened by that. Thank you.
City Manager, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple short updates for council. So very recently, we've gotten some requests and public comments about adding ancillary or commuter parking to our safe parking lot at Shoreline. And I just wanted to let council know that information has changed since we started that program a couple of years ago. And once where we thought that it wasn't going to be possible, and for various reasons I won't necessarily get into, tonight we now know that the spaces are needed or wanted, and so staff is going to be working with Live Nation and exploring the possibility of adding some spaces for commuter vehicles. Now, I don't know how many and what that may mean, but we will restart those conversations. So wanted to give council an update about that. The second update is also we have received questions about the number of public restrooms and what the city is doing with restrooms and specifically for unhoused residents. So I just wanted to let council know that we do have 31 existing public restrooms in Mountain View. That's a combination of restrooms at our city parks, various porta potties that are placed at different locations around town. There's 5 of those. Also restrooms at our safe parking locations. We also have Dignity on Wheels, which provides restroom and hygiene services. And also, we will be looking at what possibilities we may have to look at different criteria in our Parks and Rec strategic plan as we develop new parks. So various criteria for adding public restrooms there at our new parks. We're also going to be, as you all are aware, bringing council the homelessness response strategy next year, so next calendar year in 2024. Part of that strategy does entail looking at what might be needed for various hygiene or restroom services. I don't know at this point exactly what that might mean, but we did just secure the consultant that's going to help us with that. So that's the other part of it. And then lastly, our city staff will be meeting with several of the community advocates who are really behind and passionate about this effort, just to let them know what we will be working on, what the possibilities are. And one of those possibilities is potentially exploring some sort of mobile restroom near the Wyandotte area, likely at the park. So that is something that we will be looking at, so that way that folks that live in the area who go to the park might be able to use it. We do have a portable restroom now at Ringsdorf Park, so that is something that we will be exploring. So I just wanted to update the council on those efforts.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have a report. I attended what's planned to be a quarterly meeting for city mayors. This would be Sunnyvale, so it would be Mayor Larry Klein, Santa Clara, so Lisa Gilmore, and Cupertino's Mayor Hung Wei. This was, I think, sort of the brainchild of Mayor Hung Wei. She wanted to meet with city mayors where she thought the cities had a lot in common in terms of what they were experiencing. We all presented some of the major projects in our city, and we all have long-term kind of, like the Google Master Plan, eco-urbanist, car-light developments that will be happening over the next number of decades. In Sunnyvale, it includes 20,000 units of housing. In Santa Clara, it includes an arts and entertainment portion of the development, and Cupertino's is the Valco project, so with a large park and so forth. So that said, there are 3 particular things that the mayors wanted to focus on, sharing information for. So one is revenue measures for infrastructure for some of our upcoming projects and development. Another is homeless solutions and possibly affordable housing solutions. There's some interest in our safe parking and possible other solutions that the other cities can learn from. And the last one is possible networking of our shuttles so that we could have maybe a more regional mass transit. So that's the end of that report. We'll be meeting again in several months, and then when the vice mayor becomes mayor, she can carry on. Are there any other reports? Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I just recalled. On the 21st, I attended our Finance Committee meeting for CHAC, Community Health Awareness Council. I think that colleagues are aware that CHAC had to to stop clinic services this month and are going through quite a bit to restructure the organization. And so we have our board meeting tomorrow, so I won't be able to update council, but this was just going into the summer. I wanted to make sure that we touched upon it. And the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors did vote to allocate $1 million towards CHAC. What that actually means, we do not know yet. And there has been discussion, does that mean that the county would also join the JPA? So there's more to come. And so when we reconvene in September, I think there'll be quite a large update on what's happening. And there was also federal funding that CHAC has pursued that we hope to hear back within the next couple of weeks if we've received it, which is about $700,000, which will help maybe reinstitute some of the services necessary when school starts at the beginning of August. So, thanks.
So, are there any other council reports? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 9, the closed session report. City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session report?
There is no closed session report this evening. Thank you.
Then we will move on to item number 10. The council will have a special closed session, which is adjournment. The council will have a special closed session meeting on June 29th before we head into a summer recess. So our next regular city council meeting will be held on September 12th of 2023. And this meeting is adjourned at 10:42.